for it.
Aha!
Yay, we're live! Yay!
It worked. Look at that sound.
Nice. Whew, that was a bit of an ordeal to get everything working. We'll have to figure out how to actually not delete OBS in order to do that.
We didn't delete it.
Oh yeah, we did.
You
I
deleted
uninstalled it. I uninstalled it.
Oh.
That was the only thing I could figure out to do.
Oh.
Yeah, no, so like if we ever try to stream games again, we'll have to figure out what to do in those situations.
Just download it for the stream.
Just download it for the stream and then delete it. It is free, so that makes sense. All right, so
No, I'm just
okay. So today's theme for the live stream is we are going to be talking about transitioning, early days of transitioning, mid-transitioning, and goals of transitioning, choosing whether or not you want to transition. Today's live stream is going to be all about transitioning. So no matter where you are on your journey, whether you're cis, trans, non-binary, thinking about transitioning, in the middle of transitioning, have chosen not to transition, you're all welcome here, and I'd welcome your voices to join this conversation, because we are just two people with different experiences, so we'll be able to have that, but the more perspectives we have, the better. So yeah. So a little bit of context. I'll talk about myself first, and then I'll let you talk about yourself. So I am trans. Right now, I've kind of settled into the identity of just trans woman, like binary trans woman. I still relate to the non-binary community in certain ways, but I'm not sure whether or not the label of non-binary actually applies to me. I kind of go back and forth on that, but right now, for the past little bit, I've just kind of been identifying as a trans woman. I realized that I was a trans woman. This would have been January or February of 2017 was when I finally realized that I was trans. What?
I just remembered something. Continue.
Okay. So, I had inklings before that, but like January, February of, I think it was actually January of 2020. No, 2017. I can talk. I can words. January of 2017 was when I really realized, like, oh crap, like I am trans, and not just I am trans, but I'm going to have to do something about this. Like, I knew that this wasn't something that I could just like sweep under the rug and pretend like nothing. I hadn't discovered anything about myself that I could just, pretend that I was a cis person. I realized I couldn't just, live my life in secrecy. And so on my 21st birthday, which was March 18th of 2017, my wish on my candle was that in the next year I'd be out full-time living as myself. Didn't happen. I still think that didn't happen because I told someone else my wish, which you're not supposed to do. But I'm out and proud now, and so I think that everything happened all in good time. So I came out full time to everyone about 3 years ago. It'll be 3 years ago on the 31st, and yeah, I've been living openly and proudly ever since.
Oh.
All right, what about you?
So I'm figuring it out. Right now I'm like, I don't want to say femme non-binary because right now I'm not very femme. But I'm somewhere in the non-binary section. And I actually, the face I made earlier was because of a memory I had when I was, I don't know how old I was. I'm really bad at knowing those things. Preteen, early teen, something like that, where I told my mom, I thought I was straight at the time. So I said I felt like a gay man in a woman's body because I thought I liked men. And I don't know. And so she like brushed that off and I was like, okay, that's silly of me. Haha. And so yeah, that's interesting.
It's funny, that brings up a memory for me because like when I was in high school, I would constantly joke that I was a lesbian because the way I saw it was like I obviously being someone who presented as masculine and presented as male, but I knew there was something queer about the way that I experienced love and romance.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would just joke, like, I'd be in a group of guys who's like, yeah, I'm straight, I'm straight, I'm straight. I'd be like, I'm a lesbian because, like, I knew that I wasn't the same as the guys I was talking to.
Yeah.
And that was the only way I knew how to, like, make it make sense in a way. It never occurred to me that I was trans, but I just knew that I was queer and I had to find a way to make that make sense because it's like I saw this one thing where it's like you might be a trans man if you like girls, but it's kind of gay. And it was just like, yeah, like it's really weird because like I don't know, like I know in the 10 questions that help guide your gender exploration, I mentioned that who you're attracted to can be really confusing in terms of figuring out your gender because we do live in a heteronormative society where everyone's assumed to be straight. But in this case, I was straight, but I was still confused. And so, yeah.
So the first face I made was remembering that memory. The second face I made, which I don't know if it actually came off on camera, but it was definitely like a type deal, was realizing that if I ever did decide to like transition to a binary male,
Mhm.
I'd be considered straight, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with being straight, but like
When a significant part of your identity is not being straight, it can be difficult to wrestle with the
yeah,
becoming
Yeah.
straight.
no.
It's funny because like so before I came out as trans, I came out as bi because I recognized that in some way, shape, or form, I was queer, and the best way to explain that, in my opinion, was to say that I was bi, because no matter what your gender is, when you're bi, you're queer, like you know, and so, so and now obviously I'm wrestling with the label of bisexual again, just because I realize that I'm not exclusively attracted to women, which by definition, most would say makes me not a lesbian. But at the same time, it's like when you're only attracted to femininity, and the only way that you're attracted to men is if they're in like dresses and cat ears and like hyper feminine attributes. I'm like, there's gotta like I know the word that there is a word that's been coined, but I refuse to use that label. It's gynosexual. And I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. That just does not. It doesn't
It's not
sit.
a vibe.
It's not a vibe. So, on the topic of transitioning, let's start with you. Where are you? You want to start with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as far as where I am in my transition journey, I have definitely started the process of transitioning. I've been March 26th, I believe, this coming March, will mark 3 years on HRT. I've been on estrogen and testosterone blockers for that long. And so I have started the process of medically transitioning. I'm literally out to everyone. So I've started the process of social transitioning in that regard. And also social transitioning in terms of choosing to present more femme on given days. Like today is not one of those days. I'm literally wearing a t-shirt that I bought back when I was still mask presenting, and so there's nothing particular, and athletic shorts that you can't see. So there's literally nothing feminine really about the way that I'm presenting now, but I do present femme whenever the mood hits, and I'm very adamant that I am 100% a woman no matter what I'm wearing. So there's also that. But right now, the reason that I decided to speak on this topic for the live stream today is because I kind of feel like I'm at sort of a standstill in my transitioning because like even though I've been on HRT for almost 3 years, like I definitely don't think I pass as femme, like generally speaking. Like I'm pretty good at makeup, and you know I have whenever if I'm wearing a wig or if I have my hair done in a feminine style, I definitely think that I can pass as femme. But more often than not, I don't think I pass, which is really frustrating because like I'm on a subreddit called Trans Adorable, which is one of my favorite subreddits because just reminds me that trans people are hot. Like just like to hype other people up, and just as a personal reminder that it's like trans is beautiful. And so one of my favorite subreddits. And I've posted there a couple of times some of my really good makeup on point selfies and whatnot, and I've gotten some love there too. So like I know that I have the potential to look femme and be beautiful, but I think part of my issue is the fact that I want to get to the point where I can wake up, get out of bed, and not have to put hours of effort into convincing people that I am who I say I am. And so that's it's a uniquely frustrating process when I work my butt off trying to. And also I want to interrupt myself by saying that like passing should not be the goal. Like we shouldn't hold ourselves to cis standards of beauty, cis sexism, things of that nature. Like it is fairly harmful to constantly say, to constantly have this mindset, I want to look cis, I want to look cis, I want to look cis, because trans people are beautiful the way we are. And so I do have issue with the concept of passing, while also at the same time acknowledging that it's something that I want for myself, which like, even if it's obvious that I'm a trans woman, I'm okay with that because trans women are wonderful, trans women are amazing, but I'm sick and tired of people looking at me, hearing me, seeing me, and seeing a man, or using he, him pronouns, or calling me sir, or things like that. Like, those things get under my skin because that's not who I am. And so I'd currently say I'm like in the middle of my transition because I've definitely gotten a jump start in terms of medical transitioning and social transitioning and whatnot, but there's still some ways for me to go before I get to the point where I can say, yes, I'm comfortable with who I am as a trans woman. And I'll go into more detail about that, but I've been talking long enough. I'm going to turn it over to Em.
Look at the phone.
Oh,
Miss Bunk came over to say hi. So I haven't done much to come out. I've told like social media that I'm non-binary. I've got like pronouns on my I think all of my social media, just like she, they. I present as mask occasionally. That's about all I got. I'm still figuring things out, so we'll see how it goes. But I know I get like, I used to think I didn't have dysphoria, and like the past 2 months I've been like, on my mask days, I realized like, oh, my hands are tiny and I hate it. Oh, my voice is high and I hate it. Like my hands give me away super easy. My arms like arms don't make sense, but in my head, my arms give me away, like my forearms. I'm just like, I hate it. I hate it. So I'm 5 feet tall. Like, I'm short in that also.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know that struggle.
Yeah. So I have no shortage of dysphoria, and honestly, at this point, like, it's just about controlling the things I can control, because there are certain things that there's nothing I can do about it. Like, I'm tall. I'm 6'3", and while I do have cis female cousins who are taller than me, that's not the general consensus. Like, generally speaking, women are shorter than I am, and so that's a big source of insecurity for me, and like, I'm gradually learning to love it, but like, I can't say that I love it all the time, because like, I love it in terms of like, I think that tall women are amazing. Like, I think one thing that honestly kind of helped me, and like, you're gonna laugh at me, but like, seeing all of these men simp over Lady Dimitrescu made me realize that there is a certain appeal in being tall. And so I am trying to love that aspect of myself, but at the same time, you know, when you walk into a women's space and you tower over everyone there, like, it's kind of deflating, honestly, because like,
fascinating.
What? Dimitrescu.
Dimitrescu.
Interesting. Anyway, when I walk into a women's space, whether that's the women's restroom or literally anywhere else, any femme-dominated space, it just, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, because of people like She Who Shall Not Be Named and whatnot making trans women out to be threats, it bothers me that I am of a size that could be threatening. Even though I know that this size is mostly good for hugs and snuggles.
I'm the one that's more likely to bite your face off.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
Sorry.
But like, I do find myself trying to make myself smaller in order to better fit in to spaces where I want to fit in. And then also beyond height, like, one thing that I literally cannot change is like, I cannot find shoes anywhere. Like, I literally wear the same pair of like men's Nike slides, because like, if I'm lucky, I can fit into a men's size 15. More often, it ends up being a men's size 16, a men's size 17. I've even worn a men's size 18. And so, good luck finding women's shoes in that size. And so, there is a personal point of frustration where it's like, it's somewhat invalidating knowing that women's clothes, women's shoes, what have you, aren't made for someone who looks and is built like me. And so I know there's nothing I can do about it, but God, does it bother me. And the things that I can change are things that I can't necessarily change easily. Like, one thing that I have talked to Em at length about is wanting to change my voice, because for those of you who don't know, for trans masc people, when they transition, when they go on testosterone 9 times out of 10 will lower their voice, because testosterone thickens your vocal cords. It's a permanent process, and it's not something that can really be undone at all. There are some surgeries you can do to like thin out your vocal cords, but that can also backfire and make your voice so much worse than it was before. It's a really risky surgery. And so trans men, when they go on testosterone, when they start HRT, they'll pretty much almost certainly will get a new voice that suits them. Trans women don't have that in-game option. Like, if you start transitioning when you're young and you go on puberty blockers and you don't go through natal puberty, then you will have a high voice and can pass that way. But if you start HRT after puberty, your only hope for having a passable voice is usually voice training. And take it as someone who has tried to self-teach yourself voice training on several occasions, it's a difficult process. And so it is something that I can change. And so in the days to come, the voices that y'all hear on videos might be different as I try to work my way into a more femme-sounding voice. But even the things that we can change are often difficult. And so I don't know where the end goal of what I'm trying to say is, but like it's a process, and like I'm focusing on the things that I can change. But like early on in my transition, I changed some of the easier things that I could figure out. Like I changed my scent. I stopped buying male scented things, which said like all of this is, stereotypes and gender roles and whatnot. Like it's totally like if you're a man and you want to smell like Japanese cherry blossom, you can. If you are a woman and you want to smell like, I don't know, winter forest waterfall, you can. Like there's nothing saying that you can't, smell however you want, dress however you want. But in terms of like traditional masculine femme things.
Okay, so this is the thing I'm gonna segue. There's a store kind of around us called, I forget what it's called, but they had like novelty soaps, and one of them was called Big Ass Brick of Soap, Leaf and Leather Scent. Oh, it's not gonna show. Come on, leaf and leather. So I want to know what it smells like. What does leaf and leather smell like?
There's no telling. But like early on in my transition, I'm like, okay, well, I can control the shower gel I use. I can control the deodorant I use. I can control the perfume I use. I can control these small things. And though that's how I transitioned until I could afford to try to like learn how to do makeup and have someone do my hair, which my hair is not done right now, but you can see in past videos I've had braids, I've had purple hair, I've had different hairstyles.
I'm gonna learn how to do your hair.
Ooh.
No. I'm gonna get a little mannequin head first.
And then I started HRT, which honestly that day was an absolute dream come true. I will never forget that day. It was just absolutely magical. I remember coming home from the doctors and coming home from the pharmacy. Like at the time, I didn't have a certain plan, so it cost me an arm and a leg. But I was so proud to spend this exorbitant amount of money, which is a lot cheaper now. But at the time, it was an exorbitant amount of money on these things these hormones that would change my life, and I was just really so excited. And then I changed wardrobe. I relied very heavily on wardrobe and makeup to get across the picture that I am. And I still do to this day, except I don't do makeup nearly as often as I used to, just because I don't have the time. But yeah, those were all things that, in hindsight, those feel like small things, even though they were absolutely massive at the time. And now I'm waiting on these other aspects of transitioning that will probably seem minor one day, but seem absolutely insurmountable right now.
And you also got to like be reminded of how lovely it is to get back on the E.
Yeah, there was a miscommunication between my doctor and my pharmacy, so I've been without estrogen for like a week. And so it didn't feel great. Like I literally it was weird. I had like no hormones in my body like at all because I was still taking testosterone blockers. So I had no testosterone.
I want to know what happens if you don't have any hormones. Like if it wouldn't be detrimental to your health, I'm curious.
But I do not want to be the guinea pig. I like having estrogen in my body. That is, yeah. What? Oh no.
Ultimate envy.
So yeah, I talked long enough.
So I actually did have something I was gonna say, and then I, in true me fashion, lost it. No idea.
Gotcha. So I'll ask you this question, and then I'll answer the question myself. What would you say the dream is? Like, ultimately, like if I like put you on, if I were a genie and I could grant you a wish, okay, let's make it 3 wishes. 3 wishes that would make you more at peace with your gender identity. What would they be?
Okay, this is gonna sound silly. Like I recognize this, but like. So I know that this is gonna sound silly, but like it's also one of the reasons I've been really wanting to get more, is like more tattoos and piercings. I don't know why. But like I have no explanation, but I know it makes me feel like maybe not gender affirming, but like more comfortable in the body. And like I don't I don't have an explanation. The ability to change my voice at will.
Ooh.
Like if I want a deeper voice that day, just drop it a little bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, higher voice, I got that. Do the tattoos and piercings count as 1 or 2?
1.
Okay.
I'm a very generous genie.
Oh, thanks. Gee. No, I can't. Can I come back for the 3rd? Can I just save the 3rd for like when I need it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, that means it's funny because that just means I have to stick around for longer.
Oh no. Okay, here's my 3rd. More masculine actions when I need them.
Okay.
I present usually like pretty femininely. Or at least in my actions and like my voice and stuff, like, oh no. Or like when I walk, I often walk in a very femme way, and I have to put conscious thought into like loosening my shoulders and like loosening how my legs walk, like not being as close together, taking up more space, things like that. It's like, I mean, sometimes it's like really easy for me, but other times I catch myself and I'm like this, like walking around like, nah, word.
That's an interesting thing because, like, generally speaking, I would say that I have pretty feminine mannerisms. Like, even though I have issues with my voice and how low it is, the way I talk is pretty feminine. And generally speaking, like, I am, rather flamboyant. I tend to be like, I don't know.
Oh my God.
I definitely think that I have more feminine mannerisms. But like one thing that I will continue to do for probably as long as I live, and it's such a masculine trait, but I cannot break it, and I honestly don't care to, is like taking up space. Which like for the most part, like, when I'm not comfortable, I try to take up as little space as possible because I want to give the illusion of myself being smaller and, like, I don't want to say less threatening, but just, like, less intimidating than I really am, because
give other people a sense of peace.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have this idea that I'm, like, really, really, I don't know, aggressive and pugilistic and, like, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, no. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I don't know how people perceive me, but, like, I remember there was one time when I was standing in line at a concert, and I was waiting in line, I think to get an autograph or something. And there were these two guys behind me, and they were talking about, I wish we could just cut in line. And then the other one said, not in front of this guy, though, he could take us out. And I'm like, what?
Bro.
Like, if you jumped in front of me, I don't know if I would say anything. Like, I don't have the best track record for standing up for myself. Like, that's not something that I'm especially good at doing. But what I was saying is, like, right now, M is sitting kind of
I'm still, like,
collected, and, like, my legs are spread out. Like, I've got one foot up on the bunny's enclosure. Like, I'm, like...
To be fair, I'm in between a couch and your leg. I don't really have the room to, like...
True. I'll give you some more room.
Yay.
Does this make you feel more comfortable?
Yeah. I am reminded by that by... Okay, so... What? It was like Christmas Eve? Thanksgiving Eve? Or something. And I had to go in for collard greens. Mm-hmm. But I got the wrong ones because I'm a dummy.
You are not a dummy. I wasn't very specific.
I mean, you're right, but still. And we had a really hard time finding them anyway. We had to go to, like, 2 other stores.
It was like 3 or 4 different stores. It was ridiculous.
It was a lot. But that's not the point. So the line was huge because holiday. And people were blocking, like, at the self-checkout, which everyone uses, you have, like, a little space where you can, like, wait in line. And then this way is just the big aisle where people travel through. And people were blocking that off because it's a giant line and people aren't thinking it's holiday, whatever. So I was like, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to, like, let people pass through. Like, they should be able to. Because I'm not a dick. But this lady behind me noticed that there was space and she was like, oh, I told you what she said.
No.
Oh.
I don't remember the story.
Okay, that's fair. She was like, the line's moving, honey. And I was like, you want to test me? You want to test me today? She was a Karen. And I was very done. Didn't say anything, but I should have. Like, she had a full cart. Like, you could have done this before Thanksgiving. I ran in because we had, like, we were supposed to bring something, and at the last minute, we had to get something else. That's the only reason I was in the store. I literally bought collard greens and got in line. She had, like, a full cart, and I was like...
Yeah.
You gonna test me today? I hate people. I don't hate people. I hate people like that. Like... Get me angry.
Or, like, did you see when we were visiting my family, the woman who was, like having a full-on fit because I was waiting for another car to drive past, and she...
I missed it, but you told me about it.
Oh, it was ridiculous. Like,
we were in a parking lot. She had, like, this big, like, some sort of big vehicle, and, she turned too wide. And so she was waiting for Maddie to pass because she couldn't otherwise. And she was, like, throwing a fit in her car. I didn't mean to take over the story. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You told the story pretty well. I was thinking, but she literally, like, honked it. I think did she honk or did she just, like, make a lot of gestures? I don't think she
honked.
Okay. So, hi, how are you?
Hi.
Yeah, she... Ooh, yeah, she
was doing a lot of...
And
Did
like
she flip you
literally,
off?
she didn't flip me off. I almost flipped her off, but then I decided that wasn't who I wanted to be in that moment. And
Just tap. I can't stand people like being mean or rude. Like I can generally handle it if it's like I can generally be quiet about it if it's like at me or like we're in public because I don't like causing a scene. But like if we're driving and you decide to be a dick, I'm gonna like
yeah,
I'm gonna do something.
the thing, like my initial
That's why I
thought,
don't drive.
my initial thought was to flip her off, and then I'm like, no, I'm not gonna start anything. Like,
Just thumbs down.
thumbs down. Like literally, like take the high road or whatever. But then when I drove off, after I parked and you walked into the store, my thought was, what would have happened if I just sat there and stared at her? What would have happened if I just sat there and stared at her? Like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Not only okay, so because she was in such a big vehicle, it was tall. I don't know what it would be considered. But we couldn't see the other way. So we couldn't tell if there was another like car coming, which isn't really important if she's like in that lane. But it was still kind of not being able
Well,
to
the thing
see
is, it wasn't because I couldn't see past her. It was because there was a car coming from the right side, and it was coming at kind of a weird clip where I couldn't quite tell if I was going to cut them off. So I'm like, I'm going to let them go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ended up going a little bit slower than I had expected, and that's when she lost it. But
well, she can make the right like size turn next time. Like it's not our fault. You're a bad driver.
And it's not like I was too far over either.
No, she took the turn too wide.
Yeah.
Like it's literally she's just having a hissy fit because she's anyway. What else has happened?
All right, so I want to answer the question that I asked you.
Yeah, go for it.
So you're a genie. I'm asking for 3 wishes.
Ooh,
so
that's ghost.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I like what you said about being able to go high and low at will, because like I would probably ask for like complete control over my voice, like in terms of high and low, because we are a system and we have different alters who would love with different voices, and I think it would be really neat if they could use their voice when fronting, partially, as a way to distinguish themselves, as a way to establish identity, things of that nature. I think that would be really, really neat.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wouldn't want to say, I wish I have a high voice, because then I'd be kneecapping, Leo and David and Andy and Luther and Sage. And so
Oh yeah,
Sage is dormant. Sage is dormant. Yeah.
Oh, he was the first one we met.
Yeah. And so they would want to have deep voices, but even so, all of their deep voices sound different.
Mm-hmm. So I want to rearrange a wish for mine.
Okay.
Changing appearance at will, like taller, shorter. It's like I have my own reasons for that too.
Okay. I didn't know we were going full on magical with the genie wishes.
I am absolutely going full on.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
If you are a genie, and
you're
can
right.
grant
You're right.
any wish.
Now, which wish are you replacing with the ability to shapeshift?
I don't remember what my third wish was.
Your 3 wishes were
I know voice was the first.
Mannerisms, and something else I can't remember.
Right. I changed the one neither of us can remember.
Fair enough. I hope it doesn't come back to bite you.
I don't think it will.
So yeah, no, I would want full control. Like I get chills at the thought of Natalie being able to sing with her full range. So for those of you who don't know, Natalie mentioned this in her introduction video, but Natalie is a singer, and she is a god-tier singer with just the most incredible whistle tones you ever heard. And sometimes when she's close to the front, like, we'll literally harmonize, and I'll be singing, and she'll be singing along with the song in my head. And it's just really, it's so much fun. And so I would love for Natalie to be able to be the rock star that she is out here.
I love her. Like, I've mentioned this to you already, but like, if I would 100%, like, if I weren't marrying you, I'd ask her to be the maid of honor. I love her so much, but I have to find someone else.
Yeah. But
just get a picture. We can create like get a cardboard cutout and just put the dollified head on top. I'm good.
So voice control would be the first thing I would ask for. The second one is probably going to sound really strange to any AFAB listeners who, literally any AFAB listener, but like I would ask for a uterus.
Yeah.
Like even more so than like.
Just make me a Barbie doll, like nothing there. You can have mine.
I take it. But like, there's this like. Literally, like I know that a lot of trans women have issues with like the parts down there, but like personally, like if I had a choice between vaginoplasty and
uterinoplasty,
it'd be a uterine transplant. I just
yeah.
Yeah. So if I had a choice between a vaginoplasty and a uterine transplant, I would totally choose the uterine transplant. Like obviously, I want both, but if I had to choose one or the other.
How would you have one and not the other? How would you have the uterine transplant without the other one?
I don't know.
That's fair.
I literally don't know. Both are required, and that, like, literally, like, medically speaking, both are required.
Yeah.
But, like, if I had the choice to, like, I don't know, because obviously the two go together, but, like, say I had a uterus, didn't have a vagina, but I don't know, like, it's just, like, having a uterus is more important to me. That is the thing, and it's in the works. It's in the works. Scientifically, like I'm pretty sure that within the next decade or so, we'll be able to have uterine transplants. Because I think there's a team of like I think Swedish scientists who are like really on the case.
Can you look for a little ring box over there somewhere?
This one?
Ring.
I
think it's the Moon Magic one, but I'm not sure. We have a little pile of stuff because of holidays.
Yep.
And I'll post a photo somewhere when everyone has gotten their gifts. But I took my gift. I took my gift giving seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be in the box that we hide from the buns.
So yeah, I want a uterus. I would love, right? It would be awesome. But like, I genuinely want a menstrual cycle. Like the fact that I don't have one is like, literally, that's the source of the worst dysphoria for me. Like, just knowing that, like, literally the only way I can describe it is that I feel broken, which is, I don't know, like, I hate using that word because, like, I feel like it's an insult to other trans women, and, like, I'm not using that to just talk about other trans women. I'm literally just talking about myself. I feel broken because I don't have a uterus. I don't have a menstrual cycle. I don't necessarily think I don't know if I would want to get pregnant and give birth. Like, I like the idea in theory, but I don't know if I haven't had to sit with the thought about like would I actually want to make the 9-month commitment and then the lifelong commitment after the 9 months. Well, actually, I've thought about the commitment after the 9 months because I do want to adopt and I do want to have a family, but
we're working on that. That takes a house or like a nice
place. Yeah.
And we have a 1-bedroom apartment. That's not good enough.
Yeah, no.
It's not good enough.
But Adoption is definitely something that I do want in the future.
I want to foster first.
Okay.
I want to foster.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, continue.
But honestly, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, no, I would, if I had the opportunity to go all the way and get pregnant, I'd probably do it.
Cannot relate. Cannot relate.
I get that.
I do not want biological children. I do not want anything. No offense, just not my thing.
Mm-hmm. So then, okay, so control over my voice, have a uterus, and honestly, I think my last wish would be to lose a significant amount of weight. And, like, not just losing weight, but actually, like, getting fit.
Yeah.
Which is something that, like, in theory, a person can control. But then again, so is vocal control. So, like, whatever. What?
You know how we were talking about the uterine
transplant?
Okay, so, let me see. There was a clinical trial investigating uterine. I can't speak, I promise. Investigating uterine transplantation. It was in Sweden.
I thought it was in Sweden.
Yeah. I'm just reading off what's in the thing.
Okay.
8 live births.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And hold on, gotta go down. More than 42 procedures have now been performed globally, and at least 12 live births have been reported.
Wow. Yeah. So it really is something that, like,
yeah,
could be a thing in the future. I shudder to think of how expensive it would be. But maybe since it's still experimental.
Like, yes, I will. Give me a discount. I'd be worried about that.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah. We need to talk about that after. We need to find out how expensive the things.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, my third wish would probably be to get fit, just because, like, when I envision oh no.
It keeps poking me and cutting me. Like,
ooh.
The buns chewed my cord, and now it hurts. Continue.
Like, when I envision myself, like my most ideal self, it's like, so I am well aware of the fact that based on the way that I am built, I'm never going to be like the stereotypical model skinny. Like, that's never going to happen. Like, I've got big bones and I've got a lot of muscle definition. Like, I am a really muscular person, and that's something that I'm gradually learning to love. And so I'm at the point where I'm thinking that, like, my ideal self would be, like, slender but muscular. And by slender, I mean, like average. Like, not, like, thin, but, like...
See, that's where I have a problem, because, like, I, for a while was, like, I have struggles with disordered eating, and it's, like, it's gotten better, which is great, but, like, I still have times when I'm, like, I fall back into that pattern and I have to be like, no, don't do that. And it's really hard because I'm not small anymore. And I'm like, I hate it. I hate it. So, like, ideal body would be like skinny but flat. I've never been. I have one picture in which I am flat and I love it, but I was like 110 pounds maybe.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I've finally let go of the idea that I have to be skinny in order to find myself attractive. Like, I've definitely let go of that, because I look at pictures of myself, like, in high school when I was, God, like 150 pounds lighter than I am now. Like, I've gained a lot of weight recently. And so I weighed so much less. And even then, people still thought I should play football at that weight because I'm a pretty built person. And so the idea of being slender and, just thin and wayfish is not really a goal that's an option for me. But to be average size with clear muscle definition and like abs and biceps and not to the point I don't want to look like a bodybuilder. Like I don't want to be huge. Like I really don't want to be big, but like being somewhat average size with like really slender to average with really good muscle defined muscle definition, like some of the thirst traps you see on TikTok. Like I could go for that. I could go for that. And
like speaking on TikTok again, like a lot of so I have a lot of like cosplayers that pop up on my For You page on TikTok, and a lot of them are like they cosplay as guys, like male characters. I'm like, if I could pull off like looking that good, like, oh, I'm gonna have to fix this as a like in a masculine way, like, dang, but they're all like super skinny, and I'm like, I can achieve. If I work at it, I can achieve. So.
Which, like, I honestly think that, at least for me, voice training and weight loss are probably the two things I have the most control over in terms of my transitioning and like getting out of this standstill and actually moving forward in my transition. Because the main thing, one thing is like, what are you doing?
He just did the longest little stretch.
Oh, baby.
I love him. Okay, continue.
So, one thing that I will do in the next couple of weeks is get my hair done again, which is a simple thing that I can do. It costs money, obviously, but like it's a simple thing that I can do to feel more comfortable in my own body. I'm actually thinking of getting cornrows, but instead of it, a lot of cornrows go back like this, but I'm thinking cornrows that come down like this. And then I'm thinking either black or dark brown on one side and blonde on the other, because Natalie and Luna, who are two of the most frequent fronters in our system, are blonde, and I think it would help them feel a lot more comfortable in our body.
It's Luna's birthday today, by the way.
It is Luna's birthday today. We're going to see if Luna wants to front later on and celebrate her birthday with M. So, yeah. They're probably going to get drunk. But yeah, so...
I don't know if I'll get drunk because I have work tomorrow.
That's a good point.
But I will have a drink. I had something I was going to say and I don't know what it was. Oh, I remember now. We've switched topics though, it's okay.
There's something on your...
I know, I tried to get it off earlier and it wouldn't come off.
Anyway, I definitely think that weight loss and voice training are the two next big things that I can do as part of my transition. And they're difficult things because it's literally like pushing a rock up a hill and hoping that it doesn't roll back down over you. Like, it's a really difficult process, but like, I think it's needed.
Yeah.
And then after that, so hair, voice training, working out, and like eating healthy and getting fit again. It's like, obviously there are plus sized women, and like that does not diminish their womanhood at all. But I can't shake the feeling that if I were smaller and like my features were more defined, that people would possibly gender me correctly more often. Like, so like, I have boobs. I have not small boobs, but because I am fat, it's easy to mistake them for like man boobs, which is gross, and I hate saying that, but like, hey, Brittany.
Hey.
But like, truth be told, like, that's probably what people think when they see me, because a lot of people still see me and read me as masculine.
Yeah.
And so, if I carried a smaller frame, but still had clearly defined boobs, then it's like, oh, that's a woman's body, not an overweight man's body. I hate describing it that way, but like, for like, I kind of pick up on how people think.
Mm-hmm.
And like, some people are obviously just going to be hell bent on not seeing me for who I am. Like, I remember the other day, I'm literally in a dress. The name Madeline is in the system. And they still said, okay, so we need to get him his medicine. And I'm like, excuse me? Really? Are you serious right now? So that was definitely a frustrating part of that. But like, for the most part, I think that for the most part, I like to believe that people want to be kind. And I know that that is an optimist perspective that you almost certainly don't share.
No.
But I really do believe that most people want to be kind. And
I think that can be true when you can choose who you are surrounded by.
mm-hmm.
Like in via internet, and like sometimes depending on like where you go out in like the real world, but we kind of live in the South.
True.
Granted, one of the more is it progressive?
What, Winston-Salem?
Yeah.
So Winston-Salem is not the most progressive place in North Carolina, but by virtue of being a big city, it is still progressive.
Yeah, it's better than the other places I've lived. So it's still like, depending on where you go, it can kind of be either way. Like, people can either be like, excuse you, yes, Mr. Bun just thumped, like that. They can be or they can be not friendly.
Also, I think it's worth noting that there's a difference between a city that tends to vote Democratic and a city that's actually genuinely progressive, because there are a lot of conservative Democrats and a lot of Democrats who, like, they might say, oh, I'm voting Democrat because I'm voting for the Democrat because I like their healthcare plan, because even though the Affordable Care Act isn't perfect by a long shot, it's still better than most of the Republican alternatives. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, down with LGBT people. Like, for example, J.K. Rowling, generally speaking, hates the conservative parties in the UK and the US.
Yeah.
But that does not make her an ally by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. Obviously, she is now making it a point to harm trans people.
I know, like, I went up north, like, I think I was staying in New Hampshire, but we went up to Maine, and it was such a different, like, it was weird. There was almost like a culture shock. Just because, like, the town we went to, like, there. Okay, so where I've lived, there's like, and this isn't anti-Christian at all, but they're like, Jesus saves or thank Jesus and like things like that, and they're like, there's no like pro LGBT things really that are advertised, but like visible on a regular basis. And like the places that we went through had like rainbow flags everywhere, and like there was like a pride sign in someone's yard, and it was like, this is incredible. This is incredible. I love it. It was just it was so weird, and like I loved it. To say the same, we were visiting it was another time, like a few years before that, and we were visiting family in New York. Not my family. And we stopped in Pennsylvania on the way back, and we saw two neo-Nazis in a subway. And we were like, is that real? And I'm not saying like low key. I mean, they had on the uniforms. They had on swastikas, like full on neo-Nazi. I was, what?
Yeah.
So.
And the thing is, there are always going to be exceptions to the rule no matter where you go.
Yeah.
But like, because the thing, like,
I've never seen someone like project their that their racism so broadly and so obviously and so casually.
I think the thing for me though is like,
casually is not the right word.
As terrifying as it is, and like what do you remember what year this was? Because was this like pre-Trump, post-Trump?
Pre-Trump.
Yeah, like it's even more of a thing post-Trump. Let's be honest. But like, I'm honestly less scared of the people who are blatant and open about their racism and bigotry than the people who pretend like they aren't and hide it.
I don't know. They're just because you can see a wolf and wolves in like their skin doesn't make them any less dangerous than being able to see a wolf in sheepskin. You have the warning, but they can still attack.
Mm-hmm. But like,
trying to say things in a way that's not going to get you strikes.
So here's my thing. Like, in most places, I won't say most places, but in a lot of places, if you openly wear a swastika, if you openly don the white hood, you're not going to exactly. You're not, and also on a more practical level, you're not going to get hired in a lot of places. Like, you're not going to be able to hold positions of power. Maybe. Now, obviously, there are some places, like, there are some corners, like, I know there's that one place, I think Arkansas, where it's, like, literally, like, they literally have advertisements of the Ku Klux Klan on billboards throughout this, or something like it's ridiculous. But, like, in most places, like, in Winston-Salem, if someone came in a white hood and said, I want to run for city council, they're not going to win.
Yeah, but there's also a difference between, like...
But what I'm saying, though, is, like, people who hold those beliefs but know how to word it in such a way that people will claim that they're not racist. They just stand for traditional values or whatever the hell they, like it is astounding how many people genuinely think that Trump isn't racist. And it is even more astounding how many more people don't think that Joe Biden is racist.
Yeah. Or, like, don't realize that they're racist.
Mm-hmm. And, like, that's where the danger lies, as far as I'm concerned.
But, it's, like, if they don't know that they're racist, if they think that they're not racist, I feel like there's definitely a lower chance of them, like, trying to do harm to a predominantly whatever they're racist against place.
I have heard someone who we both know, I won't name names, literally claim not to have a racist bone in their body, then talk about how many people Trump saved by locking children in cages.
You're gonna have to tell me later.
Yeah.
Was I around?
You were not.
Okay, that makes sense.
You were not.
I was like, what?
But, like, there are people like that, and I feel like there ignorance makes them even more dangerous
Yeah.
because they can convince other people who also don't think they're racist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the thing is, there are a lot of
becomes
people...
a chain.
Exactly. Like, there are a lot of people who don't think that they are racist, who heard the blatantly racist rhetoric that Trump was spewing, but it was spewed in such a way that certain people didn't believe it was racist, so they didn't believe that they were racist for holding the same views as well.
Yeah.
And it becomes a chain reaction, whereas if someone stands up with, you know, a swastika or a white hood or what have you, and they start spewing their bullshit, like, obviously we know that they're racist. Like, there's no getting around that. But when you can hide it, and when you can, like, you know, make it look pretty, I think it's more dangerous. Like,
yeah.
And, like, going back, I really think it, you know, I really resonate with what King said when he wrote in his letter to Birmingham, in a letter from Birmingham jail, that the biggest enemy to progress isn't the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate.
Yeah.
The white moderate who says, no, wait, it's not the right time yet. No, wait, you're doing it the wrong way. No, wait, not that way. No, wait, not with that language. No, wait, no, wait, no, wait.
Yeah.
He's like, those people are the problems. Because the Klanners, they're just blatantly racist. They're on full front, you know, proclaiming their hatred. But the white moderate will have you believe that they're on your side. When they're not.
Yeah, I can see that. I think, like, where I was coming, like, I completely agree with you, like, now that it's kind of been phrased that way, but, like, in my head I was thinking, like, less long-term and more, like, bang.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dylan, what's his face?
Dylan Roof, yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, part of the issue, too, is the fact that, like, those blatant white supremacists are dangerous. They are a problem. They are an issue. But what's even a bigger issue is the fact that the FBI, I think it's the FBI or the CIA, declared that white supremacists were the biggest threat to American safety, and the Trump administration flat out say, yeah, no, we're going to ignore that one.
Yeah. Because it didn't fit the rhetoric.
It didn't fit their narrative. And the thing is, I guarantee you the Biden administration probably made the same decision. It doesn't get the media coverage because he probably made it quietly.
Yeah.
But, like, that's why I'm still a firm believer. Still fascism to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with her too. I just, like, it took me a second to, like, shift from... In my head, it was shifting from, like, immediate danger to long-term danger. So in my head, I was thinking, like, the danger that can happen like that instead of the danger that can happen over time. And, like, I think, yeah, over time is still ultimately the worst choice. The worst option?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
But, like, yeah, it frightens me how little it frightens me how little people understand about different forms of bigotry. Like, we've been talking about racism because it's given, you know, some of the recent cases that we've seen. It's especially prevalent in our thought process. We think about racism a lot, especially, you know, with the George Floyd murder and the you know, trial for the murderers of Ahmaud Arbery and Kyle Rittenhouse, and the racism is on the forefront of our mind. But it also happens with homophobia and transphobia too. Like, so many people genuinely think that they're not being homophobic and transphobic when they are. Yeah. And instead of listening when they're called out on it, they get defensive and cut you off.
Yeah.
And
I think people just think of it less, which is, like, really crappy.
Well, like, I had a conversation with Dad while we were visiting for Elizabeth's birthday, and I remember I was talking about J.K. Rowling. What is my hair doing? Is it doing something?
A little bitty tidbit.
I was talking to my dad, and well, he pulled me aside. He goes, "I have a question for you," and I'm like, "Okay." And mind you, like, I want to preface this by saying that I absolutely love my dad, wonderful person, period. But and what he was saying was meant to be encouraging, but I don't think it hit quite the way he wanted it to. He said, "How long did it?" He's like, "How long has racism been going on in this country?" And I'm like, I would say it's at least in 1619 when the transatlantic slave trade started. And he's like, and how long has it taken for black people to gain acceptance in this country? And I'm like, we're still working on that. Like, it's still an issue. He goes, yeah, so I think it's important to remember when it comes to trans issues that it's going to take a long time for y'all to gain acceptance. And I'm like, that does not mean I have to sit here
quietly
and patiently wait for people to take hundreds of years to accept me for who I am.
Yeah. And I kind of love we have the internet now, which means like people can be informed on it a lot quicker. People can learn a lot more, a lot faster. Like, this is pushing, like, there's no reason for it to take hundreds of years when, like, you have, you have, like,
but the
access
thing is,
to billions of people.
The problem is people don't interact with people who are not like them.
Yeah.
And so...
Start a riot. Don't start a riot, guys.
Or do.
No.
No, like, when the news you watch is Fox News.
Yeah.
And the written posts you read are from Breitbart. And you follow...
That was an ironic title.
And you follow, conservative meme pages on Twitter and Instagram and what have you, and you actually think that they make good jokes even though they only have like 2. Like,
listen to Hannigan. What? Someone else? Hannity.
Yeah.
Who's again? There's someone that ends with. I don't know. Hannity for a while just because of the people I was around. I did not share views at that time. I still do not. But I would like, if I had headphones, I would put them in and turn them all the way up. And I hated it. And I was like so nervous all the time that because I was having this exposure that I would like turn to thinking like that. I was so like paranoid.
Yeah.
Because that's not who I want to be. And yeah.
But like,
so I consumed a lot of different media whenever I had the chance.
When you have people who consume exclusively conservative bigoted media, or alternatively, when you have someone who says, "Oh, I don't watch the news, I just get the news from my friends," and their friends, Facebook, oh my god, don't even get me started on Facebook, because Facebook, it's been proven that the algorithm favors conservative content. And so if you are a neutral observer,
he ripped.
Yeah, he did. It was glorious. And so it's like I just get the news from Facebook and my friends, and a lot of it's like I trust my friends. It's like your friends are on the same misinformation, disinformation pipeline that you are.
Plus, you're less likely to get correct information if someone else, like from a third party, because they're going to omit things that they don't like, or they're going to share only the things they do like. It's very it's very difficult to get a I'm gonna list you on. Anyway, it's hard to get like an unbiased perspective from someone who has those biases.
And the thing is, I think it's important to remember that we all have biases,
Yeah.
but we have to consciously be aware of what those biases are in order to, like, for instance, like, if I'm delivering any piece of news, you can assume that I'm going to be pro-LGBT, pro-racial minority, pro-religious freedom, pro-this, like, you can assume all of those things. And it does, but like, people who aren't aware of their biases, hello.
Hi.
People who aren't aware of their biases,
I love your username.
become pretty dangerous because they claim to be unbiased.
Yeah.
Like, Fox News literally used to be known as the no spin station. We just give you the news straight, and it's like, that's never been true. So when you can pretend to be unbiased, it makes your messaging so much more like, for instance, like, if I have to watch cable news, which I don't make a habit of because cable news, but like, I'm generally going to watch MSNBC because they are blatant about their biases. Like, they don't try to hide the fact that they are the media wing of the mainstream corporate Democratic Party. Like, they do not try to hide this fact. Okay, so we were originally talking about transitioning, and somehow we got on the general topic of politics, and I don't actually know how we got here.
We were talking about racism, and then we jumped to...
Oh, we were talking about, like... Okay, no, I remember. We were talking about different people's LGBT views by geographic location and how different parts of the country tend to be more LGBT accepting. Then she mentioned going to Pennsylvania, where she saw two literal neo-Nazis, like swastika-wearing neo-Nazis.
Uniform, everything.
Yeah, and then we got on the topic of racism, and now we're on the topic of general politics.
Yeah. Which is funny, because I know very little about politics. Like, we're talking about biases and like getting info from third parties, but a lot of the information I get on politics I get from you, because this is gonna sound really crappy, but I like to keep my sanity. And I know, like, politics is something that, because I have been in many opposing view families, it's just stressful for me, and I try not to, like, bring that up.
Oh, no worries. We're talking about transitioning, like, trans people transitioning. Like, earlier on I was talking about, like, what my transitions look like and where I think my next steps are, and insecurity and dysphoria and things like that.
Yeah, we just kind of got derailed, very, very derailed, as it kind of happens. We can go back on that if you want.
It's up to you.
It's literally your live stream.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah. Do we have any?
Yeah.
Oh.
You'll have to pour it.
Oh. Yeah. Hey. Is this from Wendy's?
Yeah, it's ice in it.
I'm glad you trust me this much, but I don't. I was gonna pour it. Anyway, go ahead. Okay, now.
Okay, so I guess the next question that I have in terms of transition timelines, I've kind of hinted at it with the 3 wishes question, but like, if you had to decide right now, which is a lot of pressure because you're still figuring out a lot of gender stuff, and that is perfectly okay. You know, it is a race. It's not a race. It is
Is it a race?
No, it is not a race. It is not a race at all. Oh wow. See, I've had the exact opposite experience where, like, I don't know. Have I had the exact opposite? So in my experience, I have been friends with quite a few racist people. It's a marathon, not a race. That is what I was looking for. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I can't words today. But like in my experience, I'm not racially ambiguous at all. Like I am black. People can look at me and know that I am black. But as it turns out, so I haven't really talked about this much on the channel, but I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood. I went to a predominantly white school, like so white that they thought it was appropriate to make people come to school for MLK Day to make up a snow day. Like very white, very conservative, very Christian.
Your school was not the best.
No. Which obviously no shade against Christians. A lot of my best friends are Christian and it's totally possible to be. I saw that post. I think I saw on I think I saw it on Jamie Dodger's YouTube channel. And yeah, it
what was it?
Literally like I don't I'm sick and tired of seeing these LGBT, lesbian, gay, blacks, and trans out in public. I'm like literally, it was so bad. It was so bad. But anyway, what I was saying is like, because I went to a predominantly white school, predominantly white church, predominantly white neighborhood, I was surrounded by white people, and a lot of white people ended up seeing me as one of them. And so they were more comfortable showing their racism because they thought I would be okay with it. And honestly, there was a time when to keep the peace and to keep the friendships, I wouldn't say anything. But like I would have white friends who would like, blatantly use the N-word around me to describe other black people. Like it was bad. Like I also had a friend who literally at one point tried to tell me, I don't have anything against black people. I just don't like disrespectful people. And I'm like, why are you associating black people with being disrespectful? And like she had to like pause because she's like, oh, that is what I said, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what you said. And like at my school, literally, I remember in 6th grade, I had a social studies class where they literally taught that black people were the descendants of Ham, the cursed son of Noah, and that's why we had slavery, because it was a punishment for Ham's sins against God and his father.
You've told me this story several times, and every single time your whole school was racist.
Mm-hmm.
Told them about the person that was like, slavery's good.
Okay, so
where they had to like raise their hands or something like that.
Oof, yeah. See, at least your friend accidentally said it, because my friend said it very intentionally.
I had a coworker. Oh.
You meant to say nugget. Oh my god. Oh.
I had a coworker who was like would say it a lot, and I was like, no. And they would like say I'm racist, like with pride. It was like the hell, like what the hell? I was like, I obviously palm colored, so it's not something that I like always see in a personal way because it's not usually directed at me. So that was kind of like, bro, the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, When I was in AP US history, we got to the Civil War unit, and our teacher decided to make us have a debate about whether or not slavery should have been legal. So I literally got to sit and listen to my quote unquote friends talk about how, well, yeah, they were just property. Oh, and then I literally, there was some, because I was really outraged about slavery at one point, and literally every white person in that class tried to tell me that slavery was not that bad. Like, they're like, no, those are you're cherry picking examples of bad slave owners. Most of them, they were like family. They treated them like family, and like literally, this one girl in front of me treated me. She goes, Maddie, if my ancestors had owned your ancestors, they would have treated them very nicely. And I'm like,
I know you are a pacifist, but I have the luxury of not having to be a pacifist. I'll pacifist through your face.
It was bad. It was just a profoundly racist environment, and
it was, and no, I don't. I was gonna say I apologize, but no, the school was, from what I have heard, and has been confirmed by other people who went to the school, it is a freaking cult.
It's very much a cult. I haven't even started talking about the religious aspects of that school. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna run to the restroom. So feel free to entertain. But I will talk about I will spill the tea on the cult-like nature of that school. Oh my goodness.
Ah, don't spill the drink. Nice. Okay. There are like packages. I gave Maddie one of their presents today, and that was the Amazon thing it came in. Yeah. Ah, not the pressure. Oh God. I can get a bun for you. You guys need to see when they yawn, because their little mouths, like, you're used to seeing people yawn like that. They go like, boop. It's so cute. Kind of. So my Christmas shopping, I have everything for 2 of my friends because they're both getting like little care boxes. I'm including Maddie and friends. She's obviously I took a shower, so the ring is off. She's my fiance. You don't want me to dance. I live up to the stereotype of not dancing. But I have presents, and I actually have them like right behind the chair that this is sitting on. They're like little boxes filled with stuff. I'm gonna post a picture after Maddie's opened hers, because I'm so proud of it. No, don't eat that! No. Sorry. They pulled paper into their cage, and yeah. But I'll get Maddie to dance. She's more of a dancer. Like, she has the Just Dance games, and I've played once, and she is very much the person going all out, and I'm like not moving. Like, her sister and I played once, and they were both like, I don't remember which song it was, but at the end you had to like drop. And they both did it. I was like, no. I legitimately don't think I've danced since high school. I can't say it. Okay. I will show you the gifts at a later date. But she's back.
Hello.
So.
What'd I miss?
Nothing. We were considering, while talking about dancing, and I was like,
I love dancing.
We're still same, and like we're trying to navigate how exactly we're gonna do the whole first, like the dancing at the wedding. Because not only do I have a regular I guess insecurity with dancing, but when I did dance, her family is very Christian and my dancing is very not. So I don't
So I think what we really need to do is learn how to slow dance.
I can do the like 1 step, 2 step, 1 step, 2 step.
If you can do it on beat, we can work with that.
I will let you determine on beat. I think I can.
Also, unless you want to learn how to waltz, we can't do a song in 6/8 time.
I don't know music.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4.
I hate that. See, I would like to dance, like to do ballroom dance. Like, I considered it for a while, like getting into it, but I didn't. So, I got into skating instead.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
See, I really liked dancing at 6/8 time because it sets you up perfectly for a waltz. No, we can't do a song in 6/8 time because 6/8 time lends itself to a waltz, which is something that I'm very comfortable with. I learned how to waltz in theater, but I don't know if M would be especially fond of learning how to waltz.
I have waltzed once in my life. Well, for one event in my life, and it was also a musical. And it was a whole like minute and a half, and then I was done with it, and I never went back. It was fun though. I got to be. That was like my first ever time of outwardly presenting mask because I was a dude for it.
Nice. But yeah, so we'll probably have to do a song in 4/4 time. The real question is, which song are we going to dance to? Because I am partial. What?
I don't have a playlist. We need to start making.
You do.
We're doing things all out of order. Like, I have mostly a guest list made up.
Just in case. Hold out hope.
I almost said same, but
But I personally like the idea of either dancing to, I have 3 songs in my head that I would love to have as our first dance. Unfortunately, I can't play any of them because that is a good way to get YouTube real mad at me real fast. Do not want a copyright strike.
I kind of want a fast-paced song for it. Like, if we are going to dance, I want to like not. If I have to be the center of attention, I want to not think about it. Mm-hmm. And if we're dancing slow, I'm gonna be like, oh, people are looking at us. Oh God, what am I doing? What am I not doing? How am I doing this?
Gotcha. So the first song that came to my head as far as possible songs that we could dance to is Dearly Beloved, which it's so specifically the Dearly Beloved rendition from Kingdom Hearts 3, which you can look up Dearly Beloved. Any version of Dearly Beloved basically sounds the same, but yeah, I get that. But Dearly Beloved is the first song that we ever slow danced to.
No.
Like, we were.
Yeah, in my kitchen, in my tiny apartment.
No.
No?
No, this was at
the other house?
Yeah. We were in the kitchen though.
Okay, I knew it was a kitchen.
No,
I was thinking.
No, we started in the kitchen and then we went to the den where the Christmas tree goes. I don't know what it's called.
Oh yeah, parlor.
The parlor, okay. And so we danced there, and it was only like a 2-minute song, and it was magical. I loved it so much. And then afterwards, it stopped, and you're like, okay, are we done? And I'm like, oh, so okay. I see how it is.
I love you. I feel really awkward dancing.
Mm.
And it's very much one of those things where, like, if I'm not, like, not confident, if I'm not comfortable in it and, like, think I'm doing okay. Aww, puppy.
What type of dog?
Thank you. But if I'm not, like, comfortable or, like, confident in myself when doing it, I kind of just, like, am waiting for it to, like, either be better, like, for me to be better, but in that instance, we weren't really trying to be better. Mm-hmm. And I love you so much. I'm really sorry.
It's
I'm really sorry.
But the other two songs that I were thinking of were Made of Love,
which is cute as hell.
which is a pretty upbeat song.
Mm-hmm.
One of the shows the first show that we bonded over was Steven Universe. And so, let's play. Aww. Oh, baby.
I miss my dog.
Yeah, we're gonna see them.
He did that. You're right.
You're gonna see them.
I haven't seen him like a year and a half.
Yeah, it's been a year.
No, it's been a year. It's been a year. Oh.
So Made of Love is a pretty upbeat song. I'm made of love, and it's stronger than you. It's a nice
Cute.
song. And then also Love Like You, I think would also be a good dance, but it's slower.
It is slower.
Also, like, it's a beautiful song. I just don't know if it's a wedding song.
Make it a wedding song.
I mean, there are certain lines in it that aren't necessarily like wedding. I always thought I might be bad. Now I'm sure that it's true, 'cause I think you're so good. And I'm nothing like you. Look at you go. I just adore you. I wish that I knew what makes you think I'm so special. Yeah.
And that's adorable. Again, it's something like
True Kind of Love is an awesome idea. Oh, that's a really okay. However, the only downside is that's like a 5-minute song, and I think that Em would lose her mind.
Just a little note. Again, like, see,
True.
Frog Cupcakes has the idea in mind.
Yeah.
If it's in a wedding, it's a wedding.
True. I want to get my next tattoo before the wedding.
Same.
So,
yeah, but my tattoo is large.
Yeah. So my tattoo idea. So, story time. When I also trigger warnings for almost unalivement. So yeah. This was what I want to say July. Yeah, it was July of 2019. July of 2019. And I was on this one psych med that was not good. It turns out that I was actually allergic to it. Like, my tongue was swelling and I didn't know it because that was the least of my concerns, because it literally felt like my body was on fire and I literally wanted to not live. And it was just a really bad situation altogether. And the psych did not listen. I called the psych's office like 6 or 7 times, asking them, like begging them, like, you need to take me off of this. This is literally killing me. And they were like, oh no, you're fine. It's going to be okay. If it's that bad, just go to the hospital. And I'm like, I don't have that kind of money. Like, I can't just do that. And so there was one time when I was literally on my way to my therapist, who was like an hour away at the time, and I was driving down the highway, and it was raining super hard. Like, I could barely see straight. I could barely think straight. Nothing was working in my head. And literally the only thought that kept repeating was like, I could end it like right then. And then another thought came into my head, which is, if you die now, you won't get to see the Steven Universe movie in September. And that pulled me out of my funk just enough that I was able to survive the remainder of the month on that medication, and eventually The very next medication I got put on actually did help, and I ended up watching the movie. It was absolutely wonderful, just such a beautiful experience. And one of the lyrics that resonated the most with me is from Here We Are in the Future. No, Happily Ever After is what it's called. And it's the I can't believe we've come so far. And I really want to get that tattooed, but instead of an apostrophe in the word weave, I want it to be a semicolon. And I want that tattoo on my arm as a reminder that there's no such thing as a bad reason to stay alive. Like, I feel like oftentimes people think that they have to stay alive because they have some big, grand ambitions for the future, and they have big master plans, and they know exactly how the future is going to play out. And in my case, it was just because I wanted to see the movie version of my favorite TV show, and that kept me alive, and here I am today.
And honestly, like, I got Tessa because I was moving out and I couldn't,
Spinell is wonderful. Sorry.
She is adorable. I love her intro. Just
I
love her. But I got Tessa because I knew, like, I was having trouble. I couldn't take my dog with me because it was a little studio apartment, and the landlord said no. So I got Tessa. And she was itty bitty. She was adorable. We bonded. I took her out all the time after her like week of chilling out. And just it was a really good way to have like someone else there, like another presence there. And I actually got a snake because if I were to be hospitalized for any reason, they can go a pretty long time without food, like not excessively, but they can, like, if you skip a week, they will be okay. And I know that's something I was really worried about because I didn't have people that could like come and take care of a pet. Tessa's my little corn snake. I would take her out, but she's eating tonight, and that can mess with their
digestion.
Thank you. It can make them anxious and then not want to eat. So we try not to handle them the day that they're gonna eat.
So yeah, we have 4 pets. We have Tessa, who is a corn snake. She was our first baby.
And then Estelle, who is our bun, who is our second. She's so cute. The next time we have our live streams on Sundays.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, we can post a picture. I'll post a picture of Tessa. Because she's so cute.
And then after Estelle, we got Lilith, who is our ball python. She was actually out at the beginning of the stream when we were trying to figure. This is like the 3rd stream. This is the one that finally actually worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had her out to begin with, but her eyes are completely.
She's about to shed.
So
she's got the milky eyes.
So she can't see very well. We didn't want to spook her too much, and so we put her.
The hydration.
Yeah, so we put her back so she can shed in peace. And then we got Mr. Theseus, who is our 4th pet, and who was also a rabbit. So Estelle is a Holland Lop, and we think that Theo is a Havana.
He is a Havana.
He is a Havana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That has been confirmed.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah.
When was it confirmed?
When we got him.
When we got him, she said, I think he's a Havana.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, I took that as being confirmed.
That's what I said we think, but it sounds like a good guess to me.
Speaking of snakes, okay, so the day that, earlier in the stream, I don't know who all was there, but we talked about that lady who was like a jerk in the car. I love snakes. Snakes are my favorite pets, I think. My favorite animals are actually like seals and foxes.
I don't know what my favorite animal is. Like, I know penguins are one of my favorite animals, and you can't have those as pets.
Oh, but continue.
But I wanted a rabbit because at the time I was a vegetarian, and I felt really weird about giving animals meat which like I was never the type of vegetarian that was like, we should put cats and dogs on vegan diets because like they're obligate carnivores, like they need meat, and I understand that, but it didn't change the fact that I didn't feel right handling like dead animal products to give to these carnivorous animals. And so I really wanted something like a rabbit because I love the idea. I was like, say if they like carrots, and then they can have a carrot, and then I can have a carrot. Oh,
Yeah.
Don't get me started on that vegan teacher. No. Ugh.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I wanted a pet that I felt comfortable feeding, and so.
And you were so hesitant about it. And I was like, I was at work at the time and I worked in a little cubicle. We weren't busy. So I'm like scrolling through Craigslist, looking at buns. And I was like, oh, here's a bun. It comes with like 1.5 bales of hay, everything else, including like a litter box, the cage, and everything for like $200. I was like, that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sent Maddie a picture and was like, we could do this one. I'd been sending her pictures and like listings anyway, but Miss Estelle was the first one that she was like, okay, yeah, we can get this book.
Yeah, no, I was hesitant just because like
More pets.
I'm the less impulsive of the two of us. And so there's definitely a sense of like, can we?
Yeah.
No, I get that. Yeah. No, I have no warm feelings towards the vegan teacher. Like, and also like I still follow a lot of plant-based pages on Instagram because like eating plant-based is still an ideal for me. Like I like eating plant-based whenever I can. Like there's this one vegan food truck that comes to Winston-Salem every Friday, and I really like frequenting there because I like eating vegan food. But the problem is I'm a really, really picky eater. And so oftentimes I go places where just because they have a vegetarian or a vegan option doesn't mean that I can or will eat it because of the ingredients that it contains, because I am a picky eater. And so right now I'm back to being an omnivore just because it is what works best for me. Just because I know that there's a guarantee that I'm not going to be hungry when I enter a restaurant. But if it's possible for me to get things plant-based, vegetarian, vegan, I'm going to. Like, if I have one of my comfort food is corn dogs. Like, I really, really like corn dogs. And if I have a choice between vegan corn dogs and meat corn dogs, I'm going to choose the vegan corn dog every single time. Except for the fact that the vegan corn dogs I like are Morningstar, which is part of the Kellogg's brand, and we're not crossing that picket line. But that being said, or like I went to a tailgate one time, and they had, I think they had pulled pork barbecue, and then they also had like tofu and chickpea barbecue, and I went for the tofu and chickpea barbecue because I happen to like tofu and chickpeas, so it was sort of it kind of worked out. But had it been something like black-eyed peas, I would have had to go with the pork because I do not like black-eyed peas. And it's somewhat of it's a struggle for me because I am someone who, I love Morningstar, but they're part of the Kellogg's brand, and Kellogg's is really screwing over their workers. Like there were these 1,400 workers who went on strike because they were requesting a 3% raise and also like more humane working conditions because like they work the people there harder than the machines. Like literally there are people who will go 60, 70, 80 days without having a single day off, and they're working like 16-hour days. Like they're just really inhumane conditions, and so they were protesting to make it so that things would be better for them. And then Kellogg literally said, oh, if you're protesting, we're just going to replace all of you. Like, get rid of all of you and replace you with 1,400 new workers who will live under our slave conditions. And so now it's this really big. So it was really actually really cool because not what they said, but they put out applications to get more people to replace them. And so a bunch of millennials and Gen Z folks flooded them with applications, causing the website to crash. Like, a lot of people are actually pushing back against what they're doing. And it's such a beautiful display of solidarity. And so I do have some Morningstar products in my freezer, and so I'm not going to like throw them away because I've already paid for them. That's a waste of money. But until Kellogg's does right by their workers, I'm not purchasing anything Morningstar. I'm also like not purchasing Pop-Tarts because that's a Kellogg's thing. Not purchasing Kellogg's cereal, anything like that, because we really like our money goes a long way, and when we make it clear that we're not going to support reprehensible business practices, it really does make an impact on these big companies. And so,
did you see where like it was a tweet I saw earlier, where Kellogg's is like, we've seen a trend. I don't remember it exactly, but basically Kellogg's is taking their brand, like their name, off of boxes because of all the kickback that they've gotten, so that people won't know like exactly what is or is not.
mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll still be able to find out, but like they're taking their name off of some of the boxes so that
mm-hmm. You know, I'm the same way. Like, I am someone who wants to start a couple of businesses one day, like distant future, like 10 years down the road. But like, it's going to be my goal to be as ethical as humanly possible and as fair as humanly possible. And
I know, like, I've been really lucky with some of the jobs I have. Like, the one, like, it kind of sucks at the beginning, but per pay period, you get almost 6 hours of time off, and you just can continuously build that up over the year. So you can, like, after your second paycheck, you have a whole day off and a little extra. So it's kind of like, if you need a mental health day, you can take it, and it's just really nice. So,
and like, one person who I follow on Instagram and subscribe to on YouTube, her name's Fiona. She's Riley's fiance. I can't remember if they've gotten married yet.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a lot of people who own these companies are born into money, and they don't know how to empathize with working class people.
Yeah.
And so when you're born into money and then you think that you have money because you've done something special, then you like, I don't know, like
who was it? It was Trump. He was like, I came from a meager background, or I got like a small, like, I know a big thing,
small loan of $1 million.
Yeah. It was like,
it's like, that's not how life works for most
people.
Or like, a lot of people like to try to describe like Jeff Bezos as like a self-made man or whatever, and it's like, his parents literally bailed his company out when it went under. Or like, Elon Musk didn't even found Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he bought it from other people and then kicked them out.
You drank it. I'm heartbroken.
And so,
can you hold this?
And also, the money that Elon Musk started Tesla with comes from his parents' emerald mine, which literally violated all sorts, like, literally, it was rooted, his wealth is rooted in the white supremacy that comes along with being a white person in apartheid South Africa.
I don't know which one I should lock first.
Like,
honestly, the like, if I were to run a business, and I don't think I want to because too much responsibility, but there is absolutely an ethical way. There's absolutely a way to do it without exploiting people, and I think that's like something that a lot of businesses, Walmart, everyone, Starbucks, I almost said Etsy, not Etsy, Amazon, etc. Like, it's exploiting people. And
for financial gain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how much does Bezos make in a minute? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they need like some perspective. What was it like years and years ago? I saw a thing where like just an idea floating around the internet where they take millionaires and make them live off of like $100 a day and see what happens, because you know it's not gonna. You know they'll flatline. I still want to see it. I want it to be a TV show because
Yeah.
I want to watch them.
What I was saying earlier is that Fiona, I think she's starting a business. No, she is starting a business, and one of her principles is that it's either 4 times or 6 times, but like the CEO isn't allowed to make more than 4 or 6 times more than the lowest paid worker.
I'm pretty sure that's how Ben and Jerry's works too, which is one of the reasons like I really wanted to work for them.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure that's true though, because I don't want to give my information.
But like,
how do I put that?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But like, there are ways to run businesses that don't involve the exploitation of people, but so many people at the top aren't willing to part with their money. Yeah.
Okay, Ben and Jerry's. No employee could make more than 5 times what the lowest paid worker was paid. So the CEO pay is capped at $81,000 a year.
That's what it was, right? Or is it now?
I think that's what it is capped. Like they can't go higher.
What is it? Hold on. Girl back up. Had a rule during the early 1980s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the bold. Let me look for now. Well, that was once.
No, we like talking to you. Keep talking. Don't stop.
Yeah. We like the interaction, you know? You're great. No, I don't want to fix it. I do not want to see the ads.
But yeah, a lot of people, like, one of the things that frustrates me the most is like this idea where it's like, well, if we raise the minimum wage or what have you, then the cost of all of our products are going to go up. And it's like, or the people at the top could take a pay cut. But that's somehow never an option that we see. It's always going to be, nope, we're just going to make things more expensive. And we've got to hire fewer people. We've got to take away people's benefits. And it literally is all about greed.
Yeah, they don't do the 5-to-1 thing anymore, which is sad. That sucks. Also, you are not a disease.
Right?
Stop it. Be nice to yourself. I'm very hot. I rarely get hot in this apartment because it's freezing all the time.
Why you look at me like that? Why you look at me? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? No, I keep the apartment freezing. Oh no!
And there I was. Barbecue.
And there I was.
Yeah.
Barbecue sauce on my titties.
It happens. What did I do the other day? What was I eating that I spilled it all over myself and then on the bed because it was, yeah. I have the worst luck because when I spill something a little bit, it's gonna, it doesn't end there. It doesn't just be a little bit. It becomes a whole day thing.
What do you mean?
Like if I spill a drink
in
the morning, I'm gonna spill another drink in the afternoon.
Gotcha.
Spill a drink in the car.
So I used to work on the Polar Express. So the town next to my hometown had a live action production of the Polar Express. And we being me, my sister, and my mom all worked on the Polar Express. And we have so many stories of things spilling on our train cars. Like, one of the people who worked with my sister apparently had the dropsies. But, like, literally, apparently she dropped an entire container of hot chocolate. But, like, I think the worst experience I've had on my car, not the worst experience was someone threw up. That was just rough. I had to clean it. It was bad.
Why did you have to clean it?
Because I was in charge of the car.
I
was so mad. Literally, I called someone to ask if they could clean it. They left the vomit absorbent and left. I was so mad. Anyway, yeah, no, there was one time when out of nowhere my glasses broke in the middle of a show. Like, one of the screws fell out and the lens just popped out and I couldn't see.
Didn't you have that problem for years as well? Or is that when it started?
That's when it started. It was the first time it had ever happened. And so...
new glasses now.
I hate anything to do with the V word. So,
yeah.
Literal phobia of mine. It's real bad. But anyway,
I got a reminder to feed this up.
So, the lens fell out. I couldn't see. So, I had to perform the rest of the time without glasses. But the thing is, when I don't have my glasses, like, I feel like people who don't wear glasses can't fully understand what it's like not to be able to see properly. So, in our car, the main floor is wooden, right? And so someone spilled their cup of hot chocolate on the wooden floor, and I literally could not see it. Like, I could not distinguish the hot chocolate from the floor. And so I looked at someone, I'm like, I don't mean to be that person, and I hope you don't take it the wrong way, because I was in charge of the car. I'm like, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. But I'm going to need someone who isn't me to clean that up, because I cannot see it. And they're like, no problem, we got it. Like, we generally speaking, we form a general sense of camaraderie on our cars. So eventually you figure out who works with who and everything just flows swimmingly.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I think I'm nearsighted as well, and I also have astigmatism. I don't remember what that means, but I have it. But another story. So there was one time when I was like 9. I was at the beach, and literally my glasses just fell off my face. Like, I was standing in the water. I was standing in the ocean, and my glasses just fell off my face. Mind you, you would think a wave hit me and then carried them away. No, I was standing there, and they just went like, and fell into the water and washed away with the tide. Mom was pissed. It was a problem. And so, when we were on a cruise, I think we were in Grand Turk at the time, and I was about to go into the water with my glasses. And for those of you who don't know, the Caribbean doesn't really have, like, at least most Caribbean beaches don't really have waves. So, like, if my glasses happened to fall off, first of all, I had new glasses. It was like, oh dear God, like a decade later. And so I was going onto the water. My mom was like, you're not wearing your glasses into the water. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm fine. Like, it's not that big a deal. She goes, I'm telling you, take your glasses off now. And so I took them off to oblige. And it was frustrating. But then I was in the water. I'm kind of just splashing around. I love being in the water. And what? We can go to the beach. And I look up and I see my family walking away. And I'm like, they're leaving me without me? Like, what's happening? And so I like waddle out of the water and try to catch up with them. And then I'm like 5 feet away from them before I realize that's not my family. I have followed the wrong black family home from the beach. So yeah, and then when I finally told them, I'm like, yeah, I almost like went home with someone else. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, I followed the wrong black family home from the beach because I couldn't see. And from then on, my mom relented and allowed me to wear glasses at the beach because she didn't want me getting lost.
Or kidnapped.
Or kidnapped.
Yeah.
Or worse, just like accused of following these random people. Like, how do you explain? I thought you were my family. I can't see.
I'm blind. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses. I'm spacing. I still haven't put. Can I show them this?
Yeah.
Okay. I will show you all something. Ow. I'm good. Oh, please don't break. Thank you. Okay, so when I first got Tessa, I decided that I was going to, and I know this is weird, but I was going to like keep her sheds because it's nice to see. It's like it's a nice little like memento of growth, and like this was her latest one. She's gotten so big because she's
ALR?
eating.
What's ALR?
All right.
It's all right.
Tilt. Tessa? I don't know.
This is fine.
Yeah. But this is her little shed, her most recent one, which was a few weeks ago. And these are the ones that I've had. It is, yes.
Is who all right?
If it's Tessa, the answer is
Tessa's
yes.
fine. I'm fine. M's fine.
I'm trying. Can I open this? Oh, I can. I'm going to see if I can find her first shed. Because it's adorable. She was a tiny little shoelace. And honestly, she was for so long because she just wouldn't eat. And like I took her to the vet twice.
Oh yeah, she's fine.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I do that a lot. I'm like the monarch of almost falling.
Monarch.
I'm the ruler. Okay, please. Oh, what's this? We've got a paper. What's the paper say? I'm never. I didn't know that I could remove that. But comparison. This was her first shed. This little baby. And put stuff on it. Like this is her now. Little comparison. I love her. Yeah.
Who is more of a clumsy anime girl, me or you?
I almost trip more often, I think, but you almost kapow.
Yeah, I have
When you go, you go.
Yeah, no, there's something still a little bit wonky with my head. I've been falling a lot recently for the past several months.
Yeah.
And so I'll literally just be sitting over and I'm like, oh, I'm falling.
She's going down.
I'm yelling, goodbye.
I feel like I'm like doing a puzzle right now.
So I typically don't trip over things. I just fall.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what I trip over.
Like whatever it is, like I can feel my head getting kind of funny. So like I know that if I walked for too long, I'd probably end up falling over.
I might need your help.
Okay.
Please. Wait, is it all the way in?
Or if I sit up too fast. Quirk! Quirk! Mind control!
Okay, we're gonna do both of these questions
Yeah.
in the order that they came, if that's okay with y'all. Just so that we do keep track.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So weird quirks.
I have undiagnosed ADHD. Oh, good job. Thank you. To Wiccan Pagan Texan. I mean, also to Frog Cupcakes because like you're pretty chill, pretty awesome. But I have this problem of like interrupting a lot. And I think that's due to the fact that I might have ADHD, which I'm actually in the process of like getting checked out. I was supposed to have a psych appointment with a new doctor this Wednesday. And then my job was like, haha, no, you're not. Because they changed my schedule.
Okay, and it's funny because I'm going to talk about weird quirks, but also talk about anime while not talking about anime. It'll make sense when I answer it. Okay.
I think I know what it is.
Yeah. So just like M is most likely has undiagnosed ADHD, I most likely have undiagnosed autism.
Sometimes I do things and I don't realize I do them, and then I look at myself and I'm like, what?
Just connecting with other autistic people and reading about autism and whatnot, I'm like, this explains a lot of my experience growing up, especially in terms of
I'm gonna go turn down the air.
Okay, but literally like in terms of social awkwardness and not understanding social cues and social norms and like not quite understanding the flow of conversation, but like it makes sense to me, and like I don't know, like that's one thing. And so one of my special interests is specifically this one game called Fate Grand Order, and I don't like calling it an obsession because like it doesn't like control my life or anything like that. Like I'm not someone who I'm like, oh my god, I have to play for hours a day or I'm not fulfilled. But like generally speaking, like if you asked me to talk about one of the servants in the game, I'd be like, oh yeah, oh that one, this is what her attacks are like, and these are what her skills are like, and this is what she can do, and this is what he can do, this is what they can do, and these will pair nicely with these people, etc., etc., etc. And like, it's definitely something that I know a lot about, and I spend a lot of time dedicated to it. So yeah. I'd say that's a quirk of mine. It's just how into FGO I am because of my possible autism. But like, no one wants to diagnose me because I generally like people tend
present as
people tend to only want to diagnose you if it negatively interferes with your daily life. And for me, if I have autism, and I think I do, it doesn't really negatively impact me. It's just a matter of it's an aspect of who I am, and I'd like to connect with the community that I think I belong to based on my understanding of myself. But like going undiagnosed isn't going to like negatively impact my life. It's just a matter of like I'd like to understand this bit about myself, and for that reason a lot of mental health professionals are really hesitant to diagnose me.
Yeah. Okay, go into Wiccan Pagan Texan.
Yeah. What common mistakes do people like me who don't know what you're feeling but want to be supportive make in asking questions or general conversation? I
have one.
Okay, go for it.
Like talking about or like asking questions about like body parts or like how you interact sexually. Like people will like do that just because they're genuinely curious, but like don't like unless you're having a conversation with like a close friend and they bring it up, like I generally find it really weird, like uncomfortable.
Like in general, like you wouldn't ask your presumably cisgender friend what genitalia they have.
Yeah.
And so doing that to a trans person is also kind of weird. Or like generally like you would like I could see someone walking up to a trans woman who's just started HRT and be like, oh, have your boobs grown? But like you wouldn't do that to a presumably cis friend. Now some people might take it in stride. Like generally speaking, if people have questions for me, I'll answer them. But there are times when also I think it's important to recognize that like the same question in different contexts or at different times can yield different results. Like today, I explicitly talked about my plans to have bottom surgery because I felt that this particular chat was a safe place to do so.
Yeah.
However, a couple live streams ago, I had been misgendered by a person in the chat, and just that one act of unintentional violence, but still transphobic violence, was still kind of like, I no longer felt comfortable. So like later on, that same person was like, well, have you gotten bottom surgery yet? And I'm like, I don't really feel comfortable talking about that right now. Which, like, the answer I can say in this chat is no. But in that situation, I was not comfortable answering that question.
Yeah, when I had, I was visiting a partner, and at the time they were presenting femme. And the first thing, this person that I had never met, never like been introduced to, been talked about or anything, the first words they spoke to me were, "So how do you have sex?" I was like, "What?" And then like same thing, this other girl tried to kiss my person. I was like, "The hell did I walk into?"
I had one that slipped out my head. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had like several people who just like ask my pronouns, and I get so excited every time because it's like, oh my god, really? You want to know? You're not just gonna assume? And I just like, Planned Parenthood was the third instance of where that happened, and I just like, I had like such a great experience at Planned Parenthood. Like, it made me so happy. It's just like, it was like I had to get a will that hurt you?
What? No, go for it.
Okay, so I had an IUD put in earlier this year, and it was the worst thing I've probably been through so far. The doctor that was doing it hadn't done it before, and so she like brought in another doctor who was male, and I was not comfortable with that, but he like oversaw what she was doing, and he was like telling her different suggestions, and I was like, okay. And because she didn't really know what she was doing, I can't say it hurt more, but the procedure took a whole lot longer than it was supposed to, which meant more pain. And they don't give you anything for pain. They just tell you rotate between Tylenol and ibuprofen. I was like, great. But we went to Planned Parenthood this time to get it removed because side effects I could not deal with. And like, they were so nice. Like, once the procedure or event started, it was like, it literally 5 minutes, and it didn't hurt that much. I was like, oh, it was just, they were all really nice. Like, the doctor that I had was like making sure that I was comfortable, and like, she was like just genuinely the nicest healthcare professional I have ever had. I don't know, it just made like a huge impact on me. I was really happy about it.
So one thing that I would also definitely recommend is, if you find yourself in the privileged position of Session. Gotcha. All right.
Thank you.
One thing I'll say is that if you find yourself in the privileged position of a trans person opening up to you and telling you about their experiences and all of that good stuff, like really being open and honest with you.
Gift to hold for a small moment. Go ahead.
Handle it gracefully. Yeah. Be as tactful as possible. Be as gentle as possible. Be as understanding as possible. Even if it's something that you personally don't understand, if that person has taken the time to confide in you and tell you something about their transition, about their trans experience that you didn't know before, honor that. Yeah. Like, for example, there's one time when
I forgot that I dyed my hair. It was like, what?
So there was one time when I was talking to my mom, who throughout the whole process has been very supportive, very accepting. She was definitely surprised when I came out to her, but she was the first family member who I came out to as trans, which is interesting because, like, in hindsight, like, I would have thought that it would have been my sister, but it was my mom. It was actually an accident. I was sending her information for one of her coworkers who also had a trans child, and my mom responded to the email and said, "Is this for her or is this for me?" And I was like, both. And so that's how I came out to my mom.
I'm gonna see if my mom ever.
But at one point, I can't remember how the topic came up, but I decided to confide in my mom that one of my greatest sources of dysphoria is the fact that I don't have a uterus and the fact that I don't menstruate. And so I told her this information, and she literally bust out laughing and said, "Who on earth would want that?" basically. And I'm like, me. Like, it could have been a really meaningful situation, and it turned into something where I felt belittled. I felt like he was demeaning me and my experiences. And so, and it really took a long time for me to open up again to her about other aspects of my trans experience, because I was no longer sure if that was a safe environment for me to do so. And so, as a general rule, it's just really important to honor trans people's experiences and listen with respect when they try to educate you. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, nice. I really appreciate that. Also, did you know that your mom teaches both sign language and cursive in her classes?
For what now?
I didn't know your mom knew any sign language.
I didn't either.
I learn things every day.
Hold on.
Bye. Goodbye.
What? Just remove?
Remove.
I'm gonna just remove the messages. Let's
put user in timeout.
Put user in timeout?
Put user in timeout.
Nice.
The hell you? Okay, y'all, no, you can get out of here. Goodbye. Hide user? Will that do it? No, don't undo. I'm sorry. Yes.
I think we hit him.
Okay. I know I hit undo, so I don't know.
Oh, hide him again.
Hide him again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. I accidentally hit the undo. Hide. Do not hit the undo. Okay.
Cool.
I'm sorry, y'all. I attempted, and then I failed, and then I attempted again. So.
That should do it.
I was gonna. So the way I came out was like as non-binary. Was I have to scroll to find it, but I posted a picture, a selfie when I first got this binder, and I said, "Where you be?" is exactly what I said. Where do you be? No. I don't remember what I said now, because my memory is crap. I love that poem. Okay, anyway, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're focusing on.
That's the one.
I said also, hey, what's up? I'm an NB, you can fight me. And I don't think my mom acknowledged it at all. I'm going to find out.
She did.
She did. She put confused face, question mark, confused face.
And then my mom goes, are you doing okay today, hon?
Right.
You know, every person's experience is definitely different. Like, so the way I came out was, so I came out to a lot of people in my close circle individually. Sometimes through text, sometimes through email, sometimes face to face. I think the only two people who I came out to face to face were my sister and my grandmother. And so I came out to a bunch of people individually, but then I realized that like changing my name on Facebook probably wasn't going to be enough to get the message that I was trans. So I made the coming out video. My childhood friend.
I am an imaginary creature. I'm magical. You know?
So I think the important thing to remember is that there are so many cultures around the world that have non-binary genders. Like,
that was what your mom followed it up with.
Like, just because predominantly white European influenced cultures are just now coming to understand non-binary identities doesn't mean that they're made up. Like, there are so many native tribes that have more than two genders. I'm trying to think of other examples. I think the Igbo people of Nigeria literally don't have gendered pronouns because like gender just really isn't a thing in their language. Like I think they have gender roles, but like it's just not as much of a thing. I know there are certain Polynesian cultures that have multiple genders. I think the Talmud actually outlined. The Talmud is it's not a holy text within Judaism, but it's like you've got the Tanakh, which is the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim, and then you have the Talmud and the Mishnah, and these are all like interpretations and debates about the meaning of the biblical text, right? And so they actually outline in the Talmud 6 genders. Like Judaism officially has 6 genders, and that's like those are like ancient genders. Like the Jewish community as a whole acknowledges more genders today, and so like the Mexico, that's one that I couldn't remember. I didn't know the Hawaii did too. That's cool. But like, there are so many cultures that have non-binary genders, so just because white European influenced cultures are just now coming around to say like, oh yeah, that's the thing, doesn't mean. And also on top of that, like I think a lot of people mistakenly think that in terms of biological sex there's only male and female, but that literally could not be further from the truth. You've got like literally, okay, so like even if let's just say Hindu culture has the hijras. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And really quick, so this is starting a new conversation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Just really quick. Does your friend, Granger, like, do you know his basis on that? Is it just like refusing to believe, or does he like think, like, does he have a reason to believe it in his head? Because they're like,
because if his reason is science, I can blow that up in a few seconds. Because a lot of people think that the only options for chromosomes are XX and XY, with XY being female and XY being male. But you can also have a single X chromosome. You can have XXY chromosomes. You can have XXYY chromosomes. I think there are like XXYYY chromosomes. Like there are all sorts of different combinations.
Yeah.
You know, even if he's getting gender and sex confused, there are more than 2 options in terms of biological sex.
Yeah.
Like, you have people with Turner syndrome, you have people with Klinefelter syndrome, you have
Female and male are just the most advertised.
they're seemingly the most common, but like most people don't even get their chromosomes tested.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I have no idea what my chromosomes are. Like, I assume that they're XY because I was assigned male at birth, but I don't know that. I have no idea. There are more, even if you get gender and sex confused, neither gender nor sex are binary. So, literally, in addition to Turner syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, you also have androgen insensitivity syndrome, which is where you have people who have XY chromosomes, but because... Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. It's definitely a learning curve. But with people with androgen insensitivity syndrome, they have XY chromosomes, but their body does not respond to androgens such as testosterone, and so they develop like cis women, despite the fact that they have XY chromosomes. Or, likewise, I think it's called 5-alpha reductase inhibitory syndrome, something like that. And that's where you're born as a girl, but then when you hit puberty, you literally grow a penis and like develop hair and like all the things. Like, there's so much diversity within biological sex that, like, even if you're getting gender and sex confused, neither is binary. There's nothing simple about either.
A lot of people are still learning from like textbooks from the 90s.
Okay, but here's the thing. I went to an ultra-conservative Christian school, and I still learned about the existence of at least people with Klinefelter syndrome and Turner syndrome.
I didn't. I went to public school. But yeah, I didn't.
And so it looked like, as in neither gender nor sex only has two options. There isn't just male and female. There are also non-binary people in terms of gender, and there are also intersex people in terms of biological sex. And within non-binary and intersex, there are a whole bunch of identities that I've only barely scratched the surface of. Yeah. So I understand getting the two confused, but even so, like, literally, I can't help but laugh anytime I hear people say, well, it's just basic biology. Because when they say that, they're admitting it's like, yeah, it's the biology you learn in like 7th grade, maybe. And biology is so much more complicated than you think. You did grow up in a blue state.
Okay. I grew up in Virginia, so...
It's pretty consistently blue.
Yeah. That doesn't mean we learned everything. I still grew up in a hick town.
Oh, no, I get that, but...
People driving tractors to school.
I kind of feel the same way about North Carolina. I've lived in North Carolina all my life, and, like, North Carolina is a beautiful state with beautiful people. But, oh my good,
yeah,
like...
No.
Yeah, no problem.
That's how I feel about Virginia. Maybe it's just, like, words.
Same with Michigan.
Yeah.
I feel like...
down here, I've only lived in Winston-Salem, but, like, as far as North Carolina, but I like it so much more. It's also the biggest city that I've ever lived in.
Okay, you don't have to put it in quotations. We have like 300,000 people living here. We don't have...
Really?
Yeah. It's not like a New York or LA, but it's still a big city.
Yeah. It's more suburban than like city. It's got like a little pocket of city.
Mm-hmm.
Which is more what I meant, but
yeah.
Like there are like 4 or 5 Walmarts here.
Mm-hmm.
I was lucky to have one.
Yeah.
So.
But
yeah. We live near that one most of the time. But
But, this is the 5th largest city in North Carolina. I want to answer that question, but I am not going to steal your thunder, Sashen.
I have some news.
Yeah.
We drank an entire bottle of lemonade during this live stream.
I'm just glad that I didn't do it by myself this time.
That's fair. I rarely like pink lemonade, but when I get it, it's nice. So, on the same topic, which session you're still like the
Also, if you want me to
It's with
answer,
you.
I will. I just don't want to steal your thunder.
Yeah. I'm figuring out that I might be some sort of like I have very weird feelings about religion in general, but I'm taking itty bitty baby steps to be more comfortable and like learn about paganism in a personal way. So that's an interesting experience.
I have a question for you.
Oh.
Okay, so that you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Paganism is not one singular religion. It's literally hundreds of different religions. Generally speaking, pagan religions tend to be polytheistic and nature-based, nature-worshipping, but that is not the case for all pagan religions. And then, Wicca is a specific religion. It's a religion of witchcraft. But it's also, it's worth noting that not all witches are Wiccans, but as I understand it, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, as far as I know, all Wiccans are witches. Like, I myself am a witch, but I don't currently identify as Wiccan. I'm currently in between traditions because for the longest time I identified as an eclectic witch because I like the freedom of being able to say I just borrow from whoever, whenever, in constructing my own path. But now I'm starting to realize that there's a lot of not saying that you can't have an eclectic path that's absolutely beautiful, but I noticed that there was some colonialism seeping into my eclectic paganism where I wanted to be able to use any type of information from cultures that I didn't necessarily belong to. And so I thought it would be really I'm at the point where I'm thinking that I definitely define a singular religious tradition that I can call my own, as opposed to arbitrarily drawing from everywhere and anywhere.
Which so when I was younger, my mom used to go thrifting a lot, so we went to a lot of different stores, and I found a I found a book on it was the Wiccan spell book or something like that, and I bought it. And my mom found out and hid it from me, and I found it from wherever she hid it, and I took it and I hid it myself in my closet, and it disappeared. I think she found it in my closet and threw it away. But yeah, so I've considered paganism for a pretty long time.
Mm-hmm.
I just, like everything else, forgot about it and then rediscovered it later.
Mm-hmm. No, I am someone who so I grew up very staunchly Christian. I grew up I grew up with a very specific version of Christianity that was very much akin to a cult.
Yeah.
I literally have no shortage of trauma from my experiences with that particular branch of Christianity. And I'm clear about that because I am someone who personally believes that Christianity has the potential to be a beautiful tradition, a tradition of change making, a tradition of forgiveness, a tradition of love. Very evangelical, all very, very evangelical. I was literally radicalized to the point where I could have turned into one of the people who essentially like attacked an abortion clinic or something. Like, it was really, really bad.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It was kind of crappy. Talking about the book.
Oh, okay.
My mom has both my younger, I don't know where my older brother stands, but my younger brother and I are, up until recently, are both kind of atheistic or agnostic, something around there. And my mom, every time she sees us, is like, I can't wait for the day you're gonna find God. You're gonna find God one day. I'm like, Mom, please stop. So, and I had to have a talk with her the last time she was down here, and it eventually it led to like me saying like I'm considering like paganism, and that's like working with gods, and but I'm taking it like extremely slow. So there's no concrete like deities in mind at the moment, which I'm cool with. But my mom was like, I knew you'd find someone. I was like, I don't take it back, but you make me wanna.
Yeah. And you know, I'm currently in divinity school.
Mm-hmm.
And in divinity school, you're going to find people with a lot of questions, a lot of challenges, especially when you learn what the Bible actually says. Like, when you actually dive deep into the Hebrew and the Greek and the cultural context, and so much of it, everything that's lost, you know, not necessarily, it's somewhat lost in translation, but it's still there. Like, you can still find it. And when you learn that it's there, it's damn near impossible to look at the Bible the same way. And so, literally, like, most of my friends today are Christians, and I trust most of them with my life. Like, I really trust them. Whereas, so, like, when I mention, you know, Christianity, that's in no way meant to be disparaging. It's in no way meant to be insulting, because I recognize that Christianity can be a beautiful tradition, because I've seen its beauty in my friends. But the version of Christianity that I grew up with was extremely harmful. And honestly, my sister went to the same school, and I'm honestly so glad that it didn't seem to affect her nearly as much as it affected me. But yeah, I have no shortage of religious trauma. Like,
yeah. I remember before like my parents split, before my dad left, we would go to church a lot, and I always felt really uncomfortable. And like, okay, you know how like sometimes people will uh, cover their like cover the fact that they're gay with homophobia, and it becomes internalized. I had a lot of that when I was going to church, and then eventually I just felt like gross every time we had to go, and it was really. I actually am not sure when we stopped going, but we stopped going, and then like anytime I go into a church for like a religious reason, I get kind of like very uncomfortable. But
I like that. I often tell people that Jesus was a witch.
oh.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm generally someone who believes, I am someone who believes that all religions have truth. It's just that I've chosen one that resonates with me.
Don't you also work with like multiple different deities?
Right
Like
now,
within different.
I used to. Right now, I really try to stick with the Greeks.
That makes sense.
Um,
I have an idea who I want to stick with, but I'm also like,
But you know, I tell people that Jesus was a witch all the time, because per my definition of witch, in terms of using one's own spiritual power to manipulate the forces of nature and create change. I think that Jesus fits the bill. I honestly argue that Jesus is probably one of the most powerful witches to ever walk the face of the planet. But Christians really don't like it when I call Jesus a witch. It's kind of funny because it kind of shows what people think of me as a witch when I tell them that Jesus was a witch. It's like whenever you assign traits, like when you assign traits to Jesus, you often see like how people actually, like, people's internalized bigotry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you say that Jesus was a witch, people's anti-witch sentiments come out. If you say that Jesus was gay, people's homophobia comes out. You say that Jesus was trans, there's the transphobia. If you say that Jesus was black or Asian or whatever else, there comes the racism. And so it's interesting because so many people rely on this image of Jesus being the picture perfect cis-het white male. And that is not who he was. Like, so many, like, it is shocking how many people think that Jesus would endorse the Republican Party if he came back today. Like, no. Literally, the parable of the sheep and the goats is pretty clear about the type of people that Jesus actually wanted to be his followers. Which I probably shouldn't leave it at that, because, like, not everyone's going to know that parable. So, there's one particular parable, and if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the few parables...
Gender envy, but it's myself.
I
just have to cover it.
No, he does not look like Orlando Bloom.
What?
Jesus.
That... what? On butter?
I have no idea. So the parable of the sheep and the goats basically says, it's one of, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of Jesus' few parables where he explicitly talks about the type of people who he thinks go to heaven and the type of people he thinks go to hell. Which, how he understands heaven and hell is a conversation for another day. But like the people who are doing, like, living the way he thinks people should and the way people aren't. And so when he talks about the sheep, who are the people who he wants in his crew, basically, like on his side, he's like, those are the people who fed the hungry, gave water to the thirsty, gave clothes to those who were without, visited people who were in prison, and took care of people when they were sick. And, like, when you think about it, like, when you've got an entire political party that's dedicated to, you know, cutting food stamps, destroying water in the desert as migrants try to come, slashing healthcare, like, I'm sorry, that's not it. That ain't it. Oh, the question I was going to ask you. I know that you are looking at exploring paganism. Would you define yourself as a witch?
As of right now, no. I don't really... Again, I'm going incredibly slowly, like, dipping, like, the tips of my toes in. Because it does, religion typically, like, just squicks me out. Like, I just have a really hard time being comfortable around it. So, hold on, I'm reading this.
That's interesting.
That's really cool.
See, I like the image in theory, but when I look at some of the harm that's done in the name of religion, I find it difficult to say, oh, we're all on the same wheel. Like, and that might not be what that image is saying, but that's the way I took it. It's like all religions are part of folks on the same wheel, where I'm like, my personal image is that there are many paths up the mountain, but there are some paths that lead off a cliff. Like, just because there are multiple paths up the mountain doesn't mean that every path in that mountain range is bound for the top.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a witch yet. Like, so once upon a time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gotcha.
And also, which that, like, for me, I'm someone who believes. Sorry, I cut you off.
You're good. Go ahead.
Nope, go.
Nope.
Nope.
My brain blanked. I'm sorry. I have no eyebrows. Go ahead. I don't. I'm a natural blonde, so like getting my eyebrows in pictures just doesn't happen. There, you can see them. Now you can't.
No, I was going to say is that as someone who believes in reincarnation, I do believe that we are ultimately on a path of improving and learning lessons. And even if somebody is learning, even if somebody's causing a lot of harm in this life, there will be plenty of opportunities for them to make up for it in future lives. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, that's kind of how I am too. Like,
I'm too, like, again, I'm like very small. Not small. I'm very slowly going into it. So, like, I haven't attempted to do any witchcraft or like any spells or anything just because I'm not quite there yet at comfort level. So, like, I don't want to try just yet. Just I gotta go slow because I don't want to like jump into a. I don't want to force myself to go faster than I'm comfortable with, and then like end up with bad memories or like a bad taste in my mouth from it. So.
Mm-hmm. And like for me, I think one of the reasons why I don't engage in like I consider all of my rituals to be part of my practice of witchcraft, and so but like in terms of like actually sitting down and like attempting to cast spells or what have you, I had a very I had a bad experience one time when a spell I cast went wrong. I'm not necessarily I like I like the read to an extent. The part that says "do us thou wilt, but harm thee none." I definitely think that there are times for self defense and whatnot. But as a general rule, I think it's a good one. I definitely violated that rule. I was very hurt. I was very angry, and I used witchcraft for malicious practices, and it backfired tremendously. Like effects that lasted months that I only hope I was able to contain now because I no longer speak to the person who was affected. And so ever since then, ever since I learned firsthand how truly powerful magic is, there's this sense of like, I treat it like a raging fire because it can cause a lot of damage. It can cause a lot of harm. And if you're not careful, you can get hurt too. And so I consider myself a witch because I do have the capacity within my path to practice witchcraft. I do consider myself a witch, but I haven't really attempted anything significant like that because I did it wrong. And yeah.
I know like one time, like, I was still living up in Virginia and Maddie came to visit and I don't remember if this was that time, but I know we wanted to like meditate together, just like in a like religious way. So I was like, sure. And I don't remember if anything happened that time. But later, after she left, I was like, okay, I'm gonna like burn a candle and sit in my little chair, and I'm gonna like try to meditate, not medicate. And it was probably my mental illness acting up, but I had a full-on breakdown. And so I've been like very cautious about like putting myself into those spaces again. And that's another reason why I'm trying to take it so slow, just so that I don't do that again. Like I don't. So.
Also, Gerard, I think it's definitely great to expose yourself to like different texts and whatnot. My only thing I will say is like be careful of not culturally appropriating like
Specifically closed practices.
Yeah, like there are certain practices that are not open to everyone, and I think it's really important not to. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I think like for instance, like one small example is like a lot of witches, a lot of pagans really love burning sage, and a lot of indigenous people have asked us to stop burning. I think it's one particular type of sage. I can't remember if it's white sage or green sage, but there's one type of sage that they're like, this, number one, is endangered, and number two, this is a closed practice. If you must use different herbs, go for it, but please don't use these herbs. These are sacred to who we are as a people. And so, in general, I just don't burn sage at all because I don't want to like cross that line.
Sorry.
But yeah, like I would just advise you to be careful and considerate because I know that I'm guilty of it too. Like I have, historically speaking, I've had a bad habit of, oh, I like the fact that Jewish people do this and Hindu people do this and Muslim people do this and indigenous people do this, etc., 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 and I'm going to smush it all into my practice. And now I'm going through the process of finding, like, decolonializing my practice and, like, not having a practice that's based on the theft of traditions that don't belong to me. So yeah, just a thought.
No, Allison sent me a snap. I ignored it. I continue.
I have heard of people using playing cards as tarot decks, and I am curious how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, for example, one example of something that I recently, and so I just finished up a practice for spirituality for religious leaders, and one of the assignments was 8 times throughout the semester you had to engage in a particular spiritual practice and write. Oh, you're an animator. That's awesome. Most of the practices that I did were practices that either came from my own tradition of paganism, which obviously isn't one tradition, but like they were drawn from general pagan traditions, or they were drawn from the contributions of some of my Christian classmates. And so I had permission to use those because they were offered up by my classmates for us to use. But there was one time in particular where, without thinking, I decided I'm going to observe Shabbat, which is where from sundown on Friday to sundown on Saturday, you observe a period of rest. You abstain from work. You reflect on spiritual matters and things of that nature. And instead of doing from sundown to sundown, I did just the full day on Saturday. And I worked with M to make sure, because I knew that I needed to have a period of time where I didn't work like mad, because that's kind of how I am. So M gave me permission to work on my book. But beyond that, anything else I did was just YouTube videos and playing games and whatnot, because I was not supposed to work that day.
the goal, at least in my eyes, the goal was for you to finally allow yourself time to relax.
Yeah.
Like no schoolwork for that day, no work. Was it YouTube videos? Working on
Yeah, I
videos?
wasn't allowed to work on YouTube videos either.
I feel so
You,
weird saying I wasn't allowed or like gave me permission.
well, like also, you did say it was okay to post in the community tab that day, but you wouldn't let me work on scripts or anything like that, or filming or anything like that.
You take it too far.
Yeah.
It stresses you a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, and it's.
Yeah. And so after the fact, I realized, wait a minute, the way that I observed Shabbat, like, it's one thing to take a day for self-care, but the fact that I was intentionally calling it Shabbat as, directly derived from Judaism, it struck me that it could have been a form of cultural appropriation. Mind you, it was rooted in the utmost appreciation for Jewish culture. I've considered converting to Judaism for many years of my life, and so it wasn't a decision that was made blindly or randomly. There was definitely an appreciation that came with it. But at the same time, I realized I wasn't in dialogue with any Jewish people to determine whether or not me practicing Shabbat was okay. And so, fortunately, M looked up Jewish. Apparently, a lot of Jewish people are open to other people practicing Shabbat. One of our Jewish subscribers here on the channel seemed to be approving of it, which was really welcome and helpful, because I was worried that I wasn't doing it well enough, and she was like, "You're good, don't worry," So, like, but even so, like, fortunately, like, I did get some semblance of approval in my decision, but it still felt kind of icky that I didn't go into it saying, let me ask this community to whom this practice belongs about whether or not I'm in the right in practicing this, or if I should do things differently, or what have you. And so that was something that was, I don't know, that was something that I wish I had done differently. And while I definitely think it's necessary to observe periods of rest, I want to find a way to make it fit within my pagan context instead of taking from a Jewish context to which I do not, at least currently, belong. So yeah. I think one of the things that makes cultural appreciation, and not cultural appropriation, is engaging with the communities in question. Like, when you're in dialogue and in relationship and in community with other cultures, you don't have to wonder nearly as much about whether or not what you're doing is right or wrong, because you can ask them. Whereas,
So I have a question
yeah,
regarding that. Okay. So this wouldn't be like in a religious sense, but in a cultural sense. So you have people like the one I'm thinking of specifically is Raven Simone,
mm-hmm.
and her, I think girlfriend. I don't know if they're engaged or fiancé or whatever.
I think they're married.
Okay, her wife. That's what I was. Yeah, her wife got dreads or some style that is typically not for white people, and Raven said like, yeah, she's good to do that, but like a lot of people are like, no, it's not okay. So at what point does that line?
So I think what's really important is, whenever possible, listening to cultural consensus and not just individual members of a given culture.
That's fair.
So, like, Raven Simone is one black woman who said this is fine.
But
the black culture as a whole has
like,
said, let's not do this. Now, there are situations in which I can see it. I think context is a huge thing, but the way that don't get me wrong, I love Raven Simone, but the way she handled that was really awful. I really did not like the way she handled that whole situation.
I liked the show when I was younger, but I'm not sure how I feel about her.
See, I also watched Raven's Home when it came out, the sequel series, when focusing on the Next Generation. So yeah, that was yeah. So I love Raven Simone. I think she's funny. I think she's really talented, but the way she handled that situation was a bit problematic. Now, I think there's also a huge difference. So, like, a lot of steps went into that process to make that particular decision. Where it's like, not you had to choose a style, you had to choose a stylist, like, and like, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, if you asked if you could get dread, they'd be like, nah. Like, they're not going there. But, like, if she went to a black stylist who she was also friends with to patronize her business, I still don't know why she would have gotten that style.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot going on in that particular situation that I'm really... I don't know. But in general, I think it's really important to listen to the culture over the individual.
Yeah.
Because, like, in general, if you ask a black person, does America have a racism problem? We're gonna say yes. And so...
I can't read from back there.
Sorry.
Oh, don't bring it closer. I wish you the best of luck. Seriously.
Yeah. But, like, in general, black people will tell you that we have a racism problem in this country. But then individual black people, like a Candace Owens or what have you, will say, no, of course we don't. And, like, a lot of conservatives love to say, well, this one black woman said that racism isn't a problem, so the rest of y'all need to get with it. And it's like, no, she needs to get with it because she's out of step.
Right?
Which is not to say that you have to have the same opinions as the culture to which you belong. But, like, when a culture is overwhelmingly telling you something, and one person from that culture says, nah. It's like, apparently, Martin Luther King Jr. has 2 children who are very adamant about the fight for racial progress. And another child who's like, nah, it's all said and done with. And so conservatives love to say, this is the true legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. And it's like, anyone who knows anything about King will disagree vehemently. Like...
Yeah. Yeah.
This is officially our longest live stream.
You're right. Y'all, I'm gonna get my hair cut. I decided this a long time ago and just haven't done it, but I've decided this style. Like, this is...
I'll be right back. You talk about your hair. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll talk about my hair when I come back.
Okay.
And let's run a different topic.
Okay. So, hi. But, I'm, like, I had this side of my head shaved a little bit. It's grown out a lot. Thanks. Oh, no. But, I'm gonna get... I haven't decided. I'm either gonna get it all this long, or, just, like, the sides, and then this slightly longer. I don't know, y'all. I have an idea of what I want and no idea how to execute it. I'm gonna save that as a question for Maddie. Who are you? Sorry. Oh, okay. So I personally wouldn't, um, just because like being white is not a culture. Having white features isn't a culture. Um, we, if you ask a white person, like what culture they're from, a lot of the time they won't. Oh God, NFTs. A lot of the time they won't know exactly what they are. At least I know very few people who know exactly what they are. So like, and in the same vein, like I could dye my hair black and it wouldn't be cultural appropriation. That's just how I'm viewing it. But again, I'd like Maddie to get a point of view on it just because she has a bit more coherent thought than I do. Let me see. Yeah. NFTs. I know very little about them, but I was on TikTok the other day and someone was like, I'm going to create an NFT and see if I get rich. And someone actually bought it. And it was just like a picture of like it was just literally eyeballs and lips, like cartoonish, in a green background or something like that. And it sold for, she didn't give it a specific amount, but like a lot of money that she can't get out because she doesn't have enough dollar money to transfer the cryptocurrency into US dollars. So it's like, oh. So, yeah, I don't understand them. Yeah, exactly like that. It was like, okay, do you know what the point of NFTs are? Because I don't. Hi, we have
What?
a topic for you.
Ooh. Is it hair related?
Yes, actually.
Ooh, okay.
My hat. Anytime I wear something on my head, it always wants to come off. And I'm like, why? Anyway, it is right here. Yes.
Oh, very true.
Okay.
But also, like, in general, what I've noticed is that a lot of black people who try to distance themselves from the reality that racism is a fact. Like, okay, the people who are trying to distance themselves from the fact that racism is a fact, they're often, I guess the best way I have to explain this is that America is a country that was built primarily for white, cishet, able-bodied, not mentally ill, Christian men with money and land. And the further away you are from that standard, the more difficult your life tends to be in America because this country wasn't designed for us. Like, I can talk about the struggle that
Let me miss you for a sec.
I can talk about the fact that like I have some degree of difficulty being black, being trans, being queer, a bunch of different things like that. But then also at the same time, I can also point to the privilege that I had because I grew up in a fairly we definitely weren't rich, but growing up I never had to worry about whether or not there'd be food on the table, and that's a privilege. I didn't really wonder if we were going on vacation, on a given year, I wondered where we were going. That's a major privilege. Even though the first 13 years of my education occurred in a school that was tantamount to a cult, I still received a pretty quality education, especially at the collegiate level. That's a privilege. I graduated from undergrad debt-free. That's a privilege. And so there are very few people who are entirely privileged or entirely unprivileged. We all exist on a spectrum. But a lot of people, a lot of minorities especially, recognize... I'm trying to find the word. A lot of minorities recognize that in order to achieve success, they have to cling as closely as possible to this image of the cishet, white, straight, male, Christian, etc. person that America was built for. Okay, so I see a question up here. I'm not done with this line of thought. I'm taking a break and then coming back. People like Queen Latifah had honey blonde hair. There are black people who have naturally blonde hair. I'm not saying that Queen Latifah did. Where did Queen Latifah come from? I'm trying to figure out where that happened. There is, so in regards to Queen Latifah having blonde hair, there is no genetic mutation that is unique to any particular race. And so I've known black people with natural blonde hair. I've known black people with natural red hair. I haven't known, but I've known of black people with natural green eyes, natural blue eyes, etc. And so I definitely don't think that changing your hair color counts as cultural appropriation. That being said, it can be used as a strategy. Like, I know that historically speaking, black people have used as a strategy okay. I'm floundering. I know exactly what I'm trying to say, and what?
Why does it smell like brownies?
I know what I'm trying to say, and words are not my friend right now.
I have that problem all the time. I want to steal a bun. I'm gonna steal Miss Bun.
Okay.
I'm not gonna steal Miss Bun. I'm gonna steal Miss Bun. I'm gonna go this way. Hi. Sorry, y'all. Hi, Miss Bun. Okay?
Going back to what I was saying, though, and I think instead of speaking in general terms, I'm going to use myself as an example because I don't like relying on generalizations. I really want to talk from my own personal experience. So growing up, I won't say like Rin was saying, it's not necessarily that I wasn't exposed to racial profiling or racial injustice, because I was. I went to a preeminently racist school where we literally were taught that black people were cursed and that slavery was okay. Like, that is the environment that I grew up in.
I do not like
and so as a result, I definitely grew up trying to distance myself from black people. I would make it a point that I didn't talk like other black people. I wasn't interested in the same music as other black people. I wasn't interested in the same entertainment as other black people, the same culture, the same this, the same that. And so That's literally what I just
she's
said
saying.
about black people can have blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes, green eyes. There is no genetic mutation that is unique to any particular race.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what I was saying is, I definitely grew up, even though I had black family who I loved in general, I always kind of tried to pull the I'm not like other black people. The same way that a lot of femme folks do the I'm not like other girls. I did the I'm not like other black people because of internalized racism from the racist people I was surrounded by. And so it literally took me years of unlearning, and I'm still unlearning this internalized racism because I grew up in an environment where being low-key racist kind of helped me get ahead. And so when I see people like Candace Owens, I'm like, okay, you clearly are adopting the conservative positions on race, hook, line, and sinker, whether or not you actually believe them because you know they'll advance your career. And if you do believe them, it's likely because you've internalized racism against yourself and other people who look like you because of the environments in which you find yourself, because of the circles that you choose to run with. And so I think that's what I've been trying to say the whole time, which is like, there are plenty of marginalized people who end up being biased and hateful towards other people who look like them, think like them, act like them, what have you.
She's like, put me back. She's like, put me back. I am covered in rabbit fur.
But yeah, it took me like 10 minutes to finally get to my point, but...
I'm sorry, I'm in the way. Trying to get a bun so that I can put her back with her friend. Ready for it? No, she didn't bump. May I have your hand? Hello.
There's a bunny fur on my lap. Wait, I'm confused. What's an example of cultural appreciation? Because I don't necessarily know if I would consider Queen Latifah having blonde hair being an example of cultural appreciation, because black people can have blonde hair.
Yeah. Also, like, being white isn't necessarily a culture.
Yeah.
Which is what I put my point of view on there.
That was a lot to walk into. I'm not going to the bathroom again. I am not going to the bathroom again. Oh my goodness.
I don't think that's true.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Why am I still hot? I turned it down to 62.
Topic pivot. Yay. No, I get that.
Yeah, I got confused on the 10-4.
Like, there's no right way to be non-binary. There's no right way to be trans. But I know when I first realized that I was trans before I ever started transitioning, my brain was like, okay, so what's the guidelines? Where are the steps? Like, what's step 1? What's step 2? What do I need to do? And honestly, it's a matter of figuring out what you want for your gender identity and your gender expression.
Like, as a non-binary person, I'm kind of like I'm still figuring it out. But I'm pretty much just rolling with I only just started like playing with the thought literally today of like wondering if I could take hormone blockers without going on testosterone. I don't know what that would do. I don't think it would do anything.
Generally speaking, I don't think it's the healthiest thing.
Probably not. Which is why... Can you get that out of his mouth? He reached... He got the same paper.
Come here, Mr. Bun.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, he's gonna ingest paper.
We give them hay. We
They have
give them
hay.
treats.
They have treats.
We give them pellets. But no, they
It's the
eat
paper.
paper.
They want. But like Maddie said, I don't think there's a particular timeline. It's just like presenting how you want as you go. Um, I typically present either pretty femme or like no, typically pretty femme. I wear a lot of like hoodies and leggings, and that's comfortable. That's all I got. But like if I'm feeling more mask, I wear like sweatpants and this and a binder. And like but yeah, I'm pretty much just in the presentation stage right now. Which like perfect androgyny would be great, but I don't know if I can do that. So.
Also, I was literally just reading a tweet about this where it's like, because like I disagreed with a lot of her I disagreed with some of this person's premise because she mentioned a lot of it being biological, and I really think a lot of it is cultural. But like, we generally are not hardwired to see like, here it says, in addition to non-binary people not owing you androgyny, I think there's a conversation we're not having about passing as non-binary not being psychologically possible. Many non-binary people are presenting in ways that express a mixed, neutral, gender fuck, androgynous, or etc. presentation, and you just don't register it because you're conditioned to read everyone as cis. And it goes on to basically, where because of the way, like, if you live in a culture that has 3, 4, 5, 6 a million genders, you're going to be psychologically capable of picking up on the nuances between those different gender expressions. Like, I think that a lot of trans and non-binary people have gotten to the point of being able to notice, like, I think that person might be non-binary because we are training ourselves to look for it. But in general, people are always, like, not always, but like generally speaking, in our culture, until we have a complete cultural overhaul, people are generally going to assume male or female.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I know like with the like perfect androgyny, I know it doesn't technically exist, but I want to get to the point where like I can go out in public and people question like, which isn't perfect, but like, what are they? I have succeeded.
Yeah. As far as the conversation about labels go, I don't really think there's any harm in labels so long as they're chosen and not attributed to people. Like
someone wearing a pin with their pronouns on it is completely different from someone like looking at someone and being like, "Oh, you're this gender."
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's, yeah.
Which also I've noticed that there seems to be, I don't know, I'd really love questioning his non-binary euphoria. That's valid. That's valid. But yeah, no,
You lost yourself.
Oh, totally. I'm spacey. True myth.
We're gonna have to like get Luna out at some point.
Yeah.
It's 7 o'clock.
It's 7 o'clock. Oh, wow. I, to an extent, I can see that, but honestly, like, for me, I find a great deal of comfort in knowing what exactly my label is. Like, I'd liken it to, like, even not talking about gender, but talking about something that we both share in common, which is being pagan. Like, I am actively searching for a label to describe my paganism and my witchcraft. It's great to be able to say that I'm pagan. It's great to be able to say that I'm witch, but I'm looking for something more specific than that so I can tell people this is who I am, and people know what that means. Right now, if I tell people I'm a pagan and I'm a witch, they know that I generally belong to these categories of religions who all believe very vastly different things, etc. And without a label, it's really unclear what I believe.
Mhm.
And I think a label is a really nice shorthand way of saying, oh, this is this person, this is who they are. And I think a lot of people feel the same way with gender, where it's like, and sexuality as well. Like, I know, like, right now, I most often use the label of lesbian because I'm attracted to femininity. But I recognize that I'm not exclusively attracted to women, and so lesbian might not be an accurate label because I am also attracted to feminine non-binary folks. I am also attracted to very, very, very feminine men sometimes if the moon is full, you know? And so the label of bisexual might work better, but it still feels weird because I feel like bisexual typically has the connotation of men and women. And so I feel really weird using that label because I'm not generally attracted to most men. And so finding what? Oh no.
Good job. Um. Oh hi, we've gone through a lot of topics.
Yeah.
I have like mostly like an aesthetic attraction when it comes to men, which still feels really weird. But like, let's that's all I got. If they can be pretty, and not, I don't mean that in like a,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes they have pretty faces, you know.
So the original conversation that we were having was transitioning in terms of trans and non-binary folks transitioning from the gender that they were assigned at birth to the gender that they truly are and being perceived as such, being acknowledged as such, etc.
Bye, Sashan.
Bye. Tell the dogs I say hello.
Yeah, pet them extra. Extra snugs.
I've never heard of Neptunic, and so you've given me something to look up. I'm literally typing that into my Google search so I can look that up later. I think the only downside for me about using a label like Neptunic is that a lot of people don't know what it means.
Their flag is gorgeous.
That's a gorgeous flag.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Okay, so the flag is like a dark teal to like medium purple gradient. I don't know if they'll be able to see.
No, you can't really see that well. That is a gorgeous flag.
That is so pretty.
And now I have questions.
I hope that Sashan knows that their dogs have like a bajillion fans now. Well,
Yes.
6. Maybe 6.
But like, I love a lot of the newer labels that are coming out, but there's a certain fear that I have about
Why?
why. I mean, if gay cis men exist, why wouldn't gay trans men exist?
Mm-hmm. Just like, I don't mean that. Wait, you're the one who said it.
What?
Not in like a disrespectful way, but if both gender and sexuality are a spectrum, like they mix. Just like there are like people who are bisexual that are cis, there can be people who are on any sort of spectrum with sexuality with like
There is no sexuality that's off limited. There is no sexuality that cis people can have that trans people also can't have.
I mean,
That is,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
that is how that works. I'm not trying to sound sarcastic.
Literally.
I'm just not understanding the confusion.
So they're gay. They're gay men. So.
Also, I think it should be noted that trans men don't want to be men. They are men.
Yeah. New labels. I don't think that's what
People.
Maddie
Okay,
says.
so let me explain this. People don't transition because of who they're attracted to. People transition because of who they are.
Mhm.
And so, like,
They're different things.
I think it's a really common misconception in some circles that, like, people transition to avoid being gay, but that's not at all the case. People transition because their gender assigned at birth doesn't match up with their true gender identity. They can still like whoever.
So if what would non-binary people be attracted to? Air. No.
Exactly. Like, when you think about it, like, if people transitioned based on who they were attracted to, which isn't the case, what would that mean for non-binary people? Jazz is pansexual.
Yeah. So, yeah.
No,
And it's either way, it's still a valid.
And even if you don't know who you're attracted to, you can still know what your gender is.
Mhm.
Like, you can, you can question your sexuality and know that you're a boy or a girl or non-binary.
I do take appreciation that you're trying to learn. Like that's a really nice thing.
Jazz Jennings, she's probably one of the most famous trans people, at least in America.
Yeah, she's the little girl.
I mean, she's like 20 now.
Yeah, she was the little girl.
Yeah, she made headlines because she transitioned at a very early age.
Didn't she get her own TV show?
She's
like 20.
She's on like season 8 now, season 7 or 8 now.
Dang. How old was I? Oh God, am I? I don't want to be old. I'm not allowed to be old. Can I tell you?
She's 21.
Oh my God, I am old. What the heck?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that frog cupcakes.
Yeah, because I mean, coming out is an ongoing process, so like, I don't know.
I came out to most of. I don't think I've come out to anyone in person except you.
Huh. I've come out to 2 people in person. I'm still coming out to people in my life.
Yeah.
Like, even though they know, a lot of people in my life still haven't heard it from me.
I don't believe so.
So here's the thing.
Oh wait, maybe.
She's hella tan, but most of her family seems to be white. So gender expression and gender identity.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Gender identity and gender expression are not the same thing. So, like, Ellen dresses the way she wants because that's the way that Ellen is happiest dressing.
What do I have now? I can hear them chewing. I can hear them.
So I'm pretty sure that Ellen is a cis woman and until she says otherwise. The way you dress doesn't... Okay, let me put it this way.
Hold on.
So there's a movie that came out like in 2009 called The Tooth Fairy, where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson wore a tutu and a full-on like ballerina outfit. But that doesn't mean he suddenly was identifying as a woman. Yeah. In that moment, he was expressing his gender in a feminine way, technically against his will. But like, when Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, as an actor, chose to put on a tutu, that didn't mean he was coming out to the world and saying that he was a trans woman. He is still a cis man. But in that moment, he was a cis man who was wearing a tutu.
I know I had, when a then friend of mine came out to their mom, the mom was talking to me and was like, can't they just be like Ellen DeGeneres and not go through with this whole transition stuff? And it was like,
not how that works.
You see, there's a difference. And then she brought up how a cis family member, also just masculine, they were cis femme, but they dressed masculine, and she asked, like, does this mean this person is also trans? I was like, no. No. I have recently checked with them for like in writing purposes, just to know how to address them for. Nah, they're not gonna watch this. They're gonna be one of my bride's people, and so I wanted to make sure that I attributed the right bride's name, bridesmaid,
bride's title.
Oh, the one person that I was gonna have as a bride's person is moving away forever. Okay, so there's a difference between identifying as a non-human, identifying as a non-human and identifying as a person, like a human. Just
also, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, if you came to me and said I identify as a cat, my response is going to be, how do you want me to refer to you, treat you, etc.? Which is not necessarily me saying honestly, like, that's not me saying that I think that cat and dog are now genders, but like, if that's where you're coming from,
it's respect.
I'm not gonna shoot you. I'm gonna do my best to respect you, even if I don't understand it. Yeah. Now, my gut instinct is probably going to be like, okay, you're just trying to like make fun of trans people now, but in a gesture of respect, I'll go along with it.
Same family that I was talking about before regularly said, I identify as an Apache helicopter. Mm-hmm. Like, they pulled that. They were the ones who watched Hannity. Listen to Hannity. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, a lot of the times if they say, like, I identify as a not typical gender here, like, not, like, as an object as opposed to as a gender, a lot of the times it's just making fun of people. And it's just, like...
But also, you're talking to an OSDD system, and within DIT and OSDD systems, you can have non-human alters. And so, stranger things have happened. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, but typically, non-human alters still use...
True, very true.
Gendered.
Very true.
Like, Andy doesn't go by android and
yeah. I know what you mean. Your DNA and your chromosomes don't define who you are.
Yeah.
And also, most people don't know what their chromosomes are. They assume what their chromosomes are based on what they've learned about chromosomes. But, like, have you ever had your chromosomes tested? I haven't.
Same. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just, honestly, it's more of a respect thing. Like, a lot of people do use neopronouns, and while you might not agree with them, or you might not use them yourself or like keep them in your mind, it's still how they're like. I know some people use like fair,
Mhm.
and it's still something that they need to be respected on. Like, I'm not gonna put someone through the like, I'm not gonna hurt someone's feelings and like invalidate them and make them feel like less than they are because of like something so harmless. Yeah. And there's also like, I don't know.
I think that respect's the name of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there with there being so many people who are committed to disrespect, I don't want. I, I don't want to be the next. I don't want to be another person who disrespects you.
Yeah.
Like literally, if you came to me and said, "I think I'm a cat or a dog," my question is, "Are you a system?"
Yeah.
Like that's where my next thought's gonna go. And also, I think it's worth noting that like 100 years ago, trans people didn't have a fraction of a percent of the resources that we have today. So who knows? In 100 years, there might there might be people who say, "I want to undergo chromosome surgery because our technology is just that far advanced that we can do that." That's miles away. We're not doing that now, but anything is like we were talking earlier in the live stream that like there are now officially trans women who have given live births.
I think 42 as of that article being written.
Mm-hmm. So like there's always a possibility for things to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also, I want to reiterate again, most people don't know their chromosomes. Like we don't test chromosomes at birth. We literally just look between people's legs and say, "That's a good guess." Like that's how that works. Like it's like we don't test chromosomes.
And even so, like,
could you imagine if you tested chromosomes like in your 7th grade biology course and people's worlds just got rocked?
Like,
what do you mean I'm a girl?
But it would still be like they can identify however they want to identify. It's just a.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that was the.
I honestly think it would be. I think it's. I honestly think it's wild to think of how many people like aren't actually cishet, but they've been trained to believe that they are cishet and that there's no other options besides being cishet.
Yeah, or like who are just like surrounded by people who, like, they bury it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not necessarily trained to believe it, but like have to hide it because
Mm-hmm.
they can view it as like wrong or just, Figured out I was non-binary this year? Had questions about it last year, and then this year I was like, oh, yeah, okay, cool.
And like, it's such a beautiful thing that we can continue question. Like, I still have so many questions about who I am.
Can we order pizza? We never got pizza. Sorry.
Maybe. But it's an ongoing process of questioning.
Yeah.
And like I hear rumors that some people figure out who they are. I think they're myths, but no, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Linda, I am glad that you're willing to have this conversation and that you are like, it sounds like you do want to learn. So I'm like, that's really cool of you. Thank you. Oh, cool. I've never like looked at that. The closest I've gotten was like checking out the website because I wanted to see what I'd pick.
Yeah, we had a one-time
Hello,
D&D
test.
session. Hello.
Not calling you test, but saying hello to the message. I don't know. I don't I don't have a reason.
But we had a one-time D&D session, and I miss my character. I kind of want to bring her back.
Right.
She was a wizard.
I was
half elf wizard. I think he's half dark elf.
That's weird.
What?
YouTube won't let.
Oh, that's weird.
That's weird. Can you? This is gonna feel weird, but can you misspell it like for gay GAE or lesbian?
Dollar bean.
Oh my god! I had okay. So this, when I was in Virginia, I did like I competitively skated, and one of the people that were on my team, they were little, but we still like hung out in not little, like she was a teenager, but she was younger than me. And years later, she followed me on Instagram, and then I followed her back. And when we were talking about gender and sexuality, she was like, "Yeah, I'm a lesbian," except she said lesbian, and then in parentheses, that means lesbian. I was like, oh, I know. I knew that several years ago.
Okay.
It was just like, oh, honey.
So the story of how I figured out my gender identity comes in several parts. I'm going to give the short version because literally, like, I have 2 videos called 10 Signs I Was Trans, but didn't know it. Like, I should have figured out a long time ago. But, like, given the fact that I was raised in very evangelical circles, like, I don't blame myself for not figuring it out. But I should have figured it out during college. Like,
I mean, technically, didn't you start questioning towards, like, the end?
True. I started questioning my junior year. So, even so, I always knew, like, this is gonna sound so stereotypical, but like, I always regarded myself as being different than other menfolk. Like, I just never really felt comfortable with identifying as masculine, being a stereotypical guy, anything like
sweet.
that.
Sorry.
Oh, nice. And so I definitely took pride in being an androgynous / feminine person. Like, that was definitely something that I took pride in. Like, I would take like gender quizzes and take pride that I didn't get the masculine options and whatnot. So I already knew that I definitely wasn't like super duper masculine, but like, one of the things that I really struggled with I don't think I've actually mentioned this in any video, but one of the things that I really struggled with was because, like, I was always, kind and compassionate and, like, oh yeah, oh yeah, took those too.
Oh, I
but
did
like
those in like am I gay quizzes?
Yeah.
Did anyone use Quizlet? Because that's where I went. That was, yeah.
So, like, one of the hardest things for me was that, like, and one of the reasons why I never really questioned my gender was because I definitely did my gender in a very non-traditional way. But because I was kind and compassionate and studious and, like, I'll say intelligent. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or anything, but, like, I've got a good brain.
You are
I've got a good brain. And
all A's.
Yeah.
All A's. Masters.
Yeah. So, a lot of parents would tell me that their sons looked up to me.
My mom says that. Right. Okay, sorry.
And so that was something that I kind of clung to. I'm like, well, if I'm a masculine not masculine, but like if I'm a role model for other male children, then I have to like be a man or whatever. But like, so what really started the process of me questioning my gender, like hardcore, was I was talking to a friend of mine, and they are non-binary. If I'm not mistaken, they're a demi-boy. And they were telling me about what being a demi-boy means, and I looked it up, and I found the definition of demi-girl, which is someone who, like, partially identifies with being a woman or with femininity or what have you, but not entirely. And I was like, well, by that definition, I guess I'm a demi-girl. And she was like, okay, cool. They're like, okay, cool. And it didn't really click at the moment that I was possibly trans. It was just like here's another label that it kind of just felt like a sexuality, like something that was another label that didn't really change anything about who you were or anything like that. And so I kind of forgot about it until I was in this one class. It was I was a teaching fellow, so I helped the teacher run the class. It was a first year seminar class, and I was a senior at the time. And it was about sex, gender, and sexuality. And we got to certain points that really made me start questioning. Like, the more I learned about gender and the way that gender worked, I started to realize that I might not be cis. Like, at first we talked about like the female reproductive system. I use air quotes because like trans people can have whatever. Anyway, the quote unquote female reproductive system, and that I read perfectly just fine. I'm like, yep, this makes sense. Okay, cool, no problem. And it was funny because I came to class the next day, and all of the guys in the class were like, "Oh, that was so awkward. I hated that." And I'm like, oh.
Well done.
Oh, Brittany. Okay, I was confused. I thought it was directed at me. So So it was funny because I'm like, see, I'm not like other guys. Like, this was easy to read. I'm fine. And then I got to the male reproductive system, and it was like a chore to get through. Like, I was cringing the entire time because it was just a reminder that I had those parts.
Yeah.
And I hated it. And I'm like, what is this feeling? It was dysphoria, but I had no way of bringing words to it. And then we got to the section on gender, and we learned about trans people. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, trans people are a thing. Like, trans people are a thing that exists. Like, I could possibly be trans. And so I texted my then girlfriend at the time, and I was like, what happened to our relationship if I ended up being trans? And she straight up said we'd break up. And I'm like, oh, well, it's a good thing that was a hypothetical question. And I kind of like suppressed it down and like kind of forgot about it. But then I realized that I was like, I kept trying to distance myself from my own perceived maleness, my own perceived masculinity as much as possible. I would often talk to my friends about this this assumed Y chromosome, because I never had my chromosomes tested, but this Y chromosomes that I never wanted, you know, talking about like not feeling right in my own body and just like okay. And things like that. And it really hit a fever pitch. I think it was leading up to spring break, because everyone all of my friends, because I pretty much only had female friends, all of my friends were planning these spring break trips that I wasn't allowed to go on because they were girls only. And I was just really struggling to make sense of my emotions, because I'm like, I had definitely internalized a lot of like turf logic about like men invading women's spaces, and like I didn't want that to be me, but I so desperately wanted to be part of these women's spaces, and I couldn't quite understand what I was going through. And I'm like, why on earth is it so like, if they were guys and they told me that they didn't want to invite me, I'd wear it as a badge of honor because I didn't want to go anyway because I'm not one of the guys. But when my girlfriends excluded me, it was like, why do I? Literally, it got to the point where like I was in so much like literal physical pain over being excluded that I ended up having to take pain medication to try to deal with like all of these complex emotions. And I'm like, listen, this isn't normal. Like, what exactly am I feeling? Because this isn't just like rejection sensitive dysphoria. Like, this is something going on. And so I took to the internet and I went down multiple different rabbit holes, and eventually one basically said, like, basically pointing me in the direction of possibly being trans. And I'm like, am I trans? Because I'm, as far as I was, I'm like, I don't want to be a girl, do I? I just want to hang out with my girlfriends, and I wish I didn't have these chromosomes, and I wish I had these body parts, and I wish I could dress like this, and I wish I could express myself like that, etc., etc. And it just went on, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, something might be happening here. And so I started looking up trans YouTubers, and I tried listening to their stories and listening to their resources and trying to see if any of them felt like me, any of them resonated with me. And for the most part, I was kind of on the fence the whole time because I was like, well, maybe I'm trans, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I just want to be trans and I'm not really trans. And I kept going back and forth. But then,
syndrome.
what?
The imposter syndrome.
But then I found this one video by Corey Mason, who is a pretty famous trans woman, and she was talking about how
your mom,
yeah.
Maddie's grandma got her mother drunk. She's texting us.
Okay. So then I watched this video, and literally her story sounded exactly like the way I wanted my story to play out. Like, especially the fact that she talked about how she got to play on the girls' soccer team and all because like I had always wanted to play on the girls' volleyball team, and obviously I was told no because I didn't realize I was trans. And even if I did realize I was trans, I went to an evangelical school. They weren't going to let me play. They weren't going to let me play sports. And so the idea of finally being, that's when it finally clicked. I'm like, holy shit, I'm trans. Like, I am trans. Like, there's no doubt about it. There's no questioning it. I am trans. And then came the question of, well, am I a binary trans woman or am I non-binary? And so that's still something I'm going back and forth on. I settled on non-binary for a while because of the hypothetical question I asked in 10 Signs You Might Be Non-Binary, where it was like, if you were at a Battle of the Sexes trivia night and there was a male option, a male table, a female table, and a non-binary table, which table would you sit at? And I was always like, I'll go to the non-binary table, so I must be non-binary. Or likewise, I asked, what if there was a non-binary bathroom between the men and women's restrooms? Which bathroom would you choose? And I was like, the non-binary option, obviously. So I must be non-binary. And then I think it was M who actually asked me this question, but she was like, did you choose those options because they felt right or because they felt safe?
Yeah.
And I had to admit that it was because they felt safe. And for years, my biggest thing was I am afraid of declaring to the world that I am a woman because that seemed to be a more exclusive club than to be non-binary. Like, generally speaking, NBs, as far as I know, NBs don't really question other people's non-binariness. Like, that doesn't seem to be a real, like, trend. you've got binary trans people who question the transness of non-binary people, which is problematic. But like, I knew that I figured I'd gain more acceptance identifying as non-binary than I would coming straight out and saying I'm a trans woman. And so I identified as non-binary for years, and now I'm starting to realize, like, wait a minute, am I actually non-binary?
Sorry, that's not a joke. Mine was super simple. I didn't let myself question it, really, or I didn't really question it until like I like I'm gonna be real sappy until I like moved down here because I kind of like the situations in which I lived were a bit closed off to transness and trans people, and so I just didn't like so. And then I moved down here, and like no one knows me here. I don't have any family here. I've got Maddie, and Maddie is very
Your brother.
open. Yeah, that's true. Oops. But you know what I mean. Like we don't live with him.
Yeah.
He's pretty cool with it. Like the family I lived with before. Was
I know.
Yeah. So like it's more open down here, and I was able to explore, and I'm kind of like, cool. I'm exploring. Mostly, I just don't feel like completely female, and so it's like envy.
See, I just know that I'm like 0% male.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like, and I also know that I'm a significant portion female. But like, is there some genderqueer mixed in there? Possibly. Like, I've come to the, like, I know when in my coming out video, I was like, I think I said I was 65% female and 35% agender.
Agnostic theist. Why? I mean, that's not the topic of the conversation and not the topic of this live stream. But continue, Maddie.
And I'm definitely coming to the conclusion that, like, I'm definitely not agender. I definitely feel like a very, very gendered individual.
Also, we do not bash other religions, whether or not we believe them, whether or not we partake in their religion or opposing. We don't bash. That is not the culture that Maddie has created. So
but yeah, so I'm still kind of figuring out, like, am I actually 100% female? Because saying that seems like a real commitment. Like, that's a lot, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I'm kind of.
Yeah, if you want to take that step one day, take that step.
I know that I use he/her pronouns exclusively. I do my best to present femme when I feel like it. I don't know, but like,
same. I don't know.
Because also, like, then you have the matter of gender expression doesn't equal gender identity, and so you have to actually like dig into like your innermost self, and that's a journey.
Kat just told me about some ads that she's getting on Facebook from Etsy. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh no. You know, because like the thing is, the way I understand it is that like, I mean, I don't necessarily just mean like cisgender, because like, if you are cisgender, then you're 100% male or female, but there are also trans people who are 100% male or female. And like, that's a thing, and that's awesome. And I'm just wondering if I'm 100% female because I don't know what that looks like or what that feels like, because I know that my gender expression is not necessarily 100% feminine. Like, I'm currently wearing a gender neutral t-shirt and men's athletic shorts, but I'm a woman and I will, and I don't, like, I also, like the idea of one day having a feminine enough face that I can cut my hair short. And so, but that's still gender expression, not gender identity. And so, long story short, I don't actually know, and honestly, like, one could argue that the fact that I'm questioning so heavily means that I'm not 100% female, but also I don't think that's necessarily a fair assumption. And so,
I mean, we are always growing and changing. So I mean, it's like, it's not weird to question, and it doesn't necessarily mean you are, or it doesn't mean you. I don't words.
This stream has been going on for 4 hours.
It
blows my mind.
Oh.
Normally after like an hour, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna take a nap. But like, I'm actually really enjoying this conversation, and I know we should cut it off at some point because it is Luna's birthday. I'm pretty sure Luna wants to front, and I'm pretty sure Luna wants to like party with them. So
party.
And by party, we mean have a couple drinks and eat chips.
Well, there'll be music, and she'll probably dance.
She'll probably dance.
She danced the last time. Oh man. She also.
It's a marathon, not a race.
I think I fell.
No, Emma's here like all of our streams.
Most. I think I wasn't here for 2 of them. Like your first stream.
Yeah, you weren't. Yeah.
One more recently.
But even the ones where you aren't here, you're actually watching the stream in the next room over. So you're always here. I will pass the happy birthday messages along. Or actually, you will pass the happy birthday messages along, because I won't be here.
I had to stretch the leggy for that. I absolutely will. We got her a cheesecake that we don't know what she likes.
I don't know what she likes to eat.
Neither do I. I don't think we knew her birthday last year.
We didn't.
Oh. Lime chips are like, I had them a while ago, like early ages, and they were like, I had a mixed reaction, and then I tried them later on, like in high school, and I was like, these are amazing. Like, I didn't expect to like them because I hate lime, but they were actually, I liked them. I don't.
See, I like key limes.
I don't.
Yeah, I like key limes, but regular limes, they're not my favorite. I like them in things. Like, whenever I go to Go Burrito, which is a burrito place in Salisbury, I always add lime to my burritos. Yeah, we've refilled it several times.
Yeah.
We have refilled it several times. We have gone through an entire bottle of lemonade.
Yeah,
we have just been refilling it. It's empty.
I don't like lime.
To be fair, I've never had a straight key lime. I just know I like key lime pie.
Miss Bun. Don't. My hair is trying to overthrow me.
How could it?
I know, right? Like...
Literally, yes. Yes, it is. Yes.
Hey, I've only gone once, okay?
I have the bladder of a kitten. Leave me alone.
Yeah. I think I've only gotten up, I think 3 times to get the buns and put them back, and then once to go to the bathroom. I feel like there was something else I did, but I don't remember what.
So there was one Christmas where someone came to my dad and said, hey, I have a key lime pie cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory, and no one in my family eats these. Will anyone in your family eat them? And my dad said, I know just the people. And so he brought it home for us, and half the pie was mine, and half the pie was Mom's.
I typically don't like things with lime, like, which is why I was kind of surprised I like the lime chips. But also, I've never had birthday cake pie.
Birthday cake pie sounds very interesting.
It sounds.
What is it?
I think as far as pie goes, I think I'm actually not sure.
Key lime pie is my jam, honestly.
I like silk pies or like cream pie. Silk pies are like pudding pies, and then apple and cherry used to be my favorite, and it's not anymore.
See, I don't like cherries.
That's
I like some cherries, but I don't like the candy cherries.
Candy cherries?
Like the maraschino cherries and like those types of
I
cherries. But like black cherries, I'm good with. I think I like bean cherries too.
You do. I bought black cherries once for myself, and you would not eat them because you do not like cherries.
Really?
Yes, I ate the entire bag by myself for that reason.
Fascinating. Better than
Ooh.
actual birthday cake.
Ooh.
Ooh. Okay, question. What type of icing do y'all like? This might be a poll question one day when I can't think of anything else to ask. Because I think I'm partial to buttercream.
So I like cream cheese icing, which I think is absolutely delicious. But like my first birthday that I spent with Maddie's family, they got me a cream cheese, like a cake with cream cheese icing, and I was the only one.
I liked it.
You liked it, but your family, like the rest of your family, was like, "Oh, this is too sweet." And I was like, I don't know, like I liked it the most out of all of the icings I've had. It didn't taste too sweet to me.
We gotta start. What type of icing is Amanda putting on our wedding cake? Do we know?
I think she was gonna do buttercream.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never had cherry icing, and I'm scared to. Okay, Maddie's birthday cupcakes last year were they were lemon cupcakes with like raspberry like jelly filling
yeah.
and then raspberry icing. It was so good. It was amazing. I didn't expect it. I didn't think I'd like it.
Store color is the worst.
Mm. Yeah. I actually like the first time I made cream cheese icing one time, and that's how I found out that I liked it. I was like, this is amazing. I'm going to like have this forever. And then I forgot about it in the fridge. And it stayed in the back of the fridge until it was like gross and hard and could not be
Honestly,
eaten.
the moment anything hits the back of that fridge, it's dead on arrival. We aren't gonna find it again.
Yeah. Which is a shame. Let me think.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Those are so good. I forgot like my nana used to get those like little the little cakes they have at like Walmart that have like the little indent in them and you put strawberries in it and then the strawberry like stuff and then you eat. It's so good. You've never you okay?
Yeah.
Maddie?
Don't know.
Okay. We gonna find out.
Yeah, we are.
Um but yeah. It wasn't yeah. Right. I haven't had it in such a long time. It's another thing we're gonna have to play with eventually. Just like different. Ooh. Yeah, it does sound messy, but like it also sounds delicious. Like
Ooh.
I need to bake more. I haven't actually baked anything in such a long time. But our kitchen is super small, and like if you have to use anything on the burner, like for if you have to heat anything up on the burner, we only have one that works.
I'll be
So,
right back.
okay.
I'm not going to pee. I'm going to take advantage of the association and make sure that the altar who needs to come out today will come out.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm not gonna bring that up.
What?
I was gonna say something about singing on stream, and I was like, nope, no. So, oh, we already did that. So, yeah, lemon syrup sounds really good. I like again. I need to bake more, just because like things from a store are pretty good sometimes. It's kind of iffy, but I have. That's not true. A lot of things that are like handmade taste a lot better. I just like it. Ow. So, yeah. So, question for y'all, because we were talking about my hair is not cooperating with me. That's actually what I was going to talk about. If y'all could have like any particular hairstyle, like to match your gender or to just match how you want to present or anything, what would you go with? Ooh. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna like tilt you over there. We just have ramen sitting on the couch. I'm gonna like flip my hair and make it not crappy. How do you make a frittata though? I mean, I could look it up. But I know how to like make very little. Honestly, like Maddie does most of the cooking and stuff, just because like I don't know how, and I've tried to learn, but she scares me with her spices. Granted, but like the first time she made she used to make broccoli steak. We haven't recently. um we haven't recently, but she used to make broccoli steak, and the first step of that is to spice the oil. And so it's like there were so many spices. And like it was great. But like the first time she ever made it, I was like, you're gonna kill us. But nah. Oh my god. Why don't you want to cooperate with me? Please. Please. I beg of you. You know? If this is how it has to be. Mm-hmm. I honestly thought about just like shaving all my hair off at one point, and I was like, can't do it. I'm not just saying like that'll never happen, just like a regular shave. But yeah, I'm taking it slowly. Like when I get it cut this short, that'll be the shortest it has ever been. I'm like, we're just gonna slowly move up there, Maddie is somewhere. Yeah. What did I do today? Today was my day off, and I fully took advantage. I like slept in, which means slept till 9:30. Well, 10 o'clock because I went back to sleep at 9:30. Hi.
How are you?
Ah! Hi! Luna.
What I
How
miss?
you been? We talked about hairstyles and
We're going blonde.
Yeah, you are.
We're going blonde.
Yeah.
Hello.
How you go? Happy birthday.
Thanks.
People have wished you happy birthday on
Aw,
here.
sweet.
Yeah. We got you some cake. Cheesecake. Assorted. We weren't sure if you'd like it, but we figured there are multiple flavors, and so you might.
Smart.
Yes. Oh. You can say yes.
You got it.
Yes. It is Luna.
Thanks, frog cupcakes. Ooh, frog cupcakes.
Right?
Frothy.
Froppy. Do tempt me. Don't. So I often get the urge to like just mess with my hair. And this was supposed to be a dark purple. It's not a dark purple.
Dark purple.
No,
It's a dark purple.
It's not. It's really not. But so
purple.
Since that didn't, I'm gonna fight you.
Do it.
I hate that you'd win. Anyway, sorry. So I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about?
Hair.
Oh, because this didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. It's not unnatural of a color enough, or at least it doesn't appear it. I just want to kind of, except professionally, because I do not trust myself with a. What are those called? Shave razors? Clippers?
Mm-hmm.
Clippers. You are uncharacteristically quiet.
I'm still disoriented. It was a slow switch, and slow switches are the worst switches. And by slow, I mean like a minute and a half, but still.
That's still.
Ooh, happy birthday.
Nice. Mine is in August.
December babies are best babies.
I think you're a little biased.
Me? Biased?
Ha!
Technically speaking, aren't you a Capricorn?
Me?
No, frogs cupcakes.
I was like, no. Same. I am August. This is my face now. I give up working with my hair. Dot, 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 dot.
The suspense is killing me. Ooh.
Nice.
I believe firmly in Sagittarius supremacy.
Hold on. I'm trying to see what I was supposed to be. How do you hook this up? That's not. Oh. It did work.
I don't think I would like peanut butter ice cream.
I've tried it and I was a bit torn, but then we mixed it with like, I don't know what we mixed it with, but it was actually.
Maddie loves the stuff, but.
Okay, let me see. I was supposed to be. I think I was actually supposed to be I was either supposed to be a Virgo or a Libra. And then I was born many weeks early. I was a preemie.
Here. The body was supposed to be an Aries.
I have a friend that's an Aries. That's. You know why that's funny. You know why that's funny. Yeah, I was actually born 8 weeks? 8 weeks early. I don't know why I looked to you.
I think we were born 6 weeks early.
Oh. That's a lot of weeks.
Also, yes, God did make us the way we were meant to be, and He meant for us to be trans.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I got really confused until I saw it. God, you need to check your phone in like 2 seconds.
Oh no.
That is not a like evil, bad, mean way. That is a private conversation.
I feel like we could easily go for another 30 minutes talking about. We're talking about transition stuff, right?
It's kind of a bit of everything, honestly.
Gotcha.
Like we've talked about a lot. Yeah. All your fault. I laugh like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we've talked about transition stuff. We've talked about racism and politics and general gender and sexuality and hair, pie, 3 wishes. Oh, okay. So we brought this conversation up specifically in relation to like gender,
Okay.
and like how we perceive ourselves and others perceive us. And the question was, if you had 3 wishes to grant.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we did. Ooh, nice. I am bad at that. But if you had 3 wishes, could be anything relating to like how you are perceived, what would they be?
I feel like I want to take this question in a different direction.
Okay.
So, in a world, my transition is essentially complete.
Mm-hmm.
Transitioned early, so voice is fine. Surgeries are done.
Mm-hmm. All is good.
Yeah.
Itchy.
Yeah, my eye itches. So as far as what I would change to this body,
Yes.
are we talking about like people perceiving me as me in this body?
I would say
Because people perceive me as me in the inner world just fine.
yeah. So I would say that yes, in this spot.
We probably need to be shorter.
Okay.
We probably need to be smaller.
Okay. And I'm talking about you specifically in this body. Just so that okay.
Yeah.
Just for clarification. Why is your leg on the drink? Can I have the drink?
If there's anything left.
Oh, there's not. Oh, there's.
And voice.
Nice.
Like I'm pretty chill with being in a black body, so that's not an issue. But yeah. I think the voice would go a long way.
Yeah. I think for like everyone that's the case. I don't know, like one of Maddie's wishes was like being able to change voice pitch just for like everyone in your system.
Beautiful.
So that yeah. And that's like lower for the masked people and then higher for the family. I thought that was really cool. Really quick, Maddie and I had a conversation a few days ago, I think, about the wedding, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how we were not sure how exactly to handle if someone else fronted during it. Yeah, because like you can't exactly control that.
No.
And So you can't exactly pause a wedding and say, hey, the bride's gone missing, I'm sorry. So, yeah.
I'll probably just kiss you.
Oh, no offense. I love you. I love you.
Oh! Oh!
Sorry. I'll make the sacrifice.
You mean you'll have the honor?
It would be an honor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God! What if it were someone else? Like, I don't know anyone who particularly dislikes me, but someone who does not like me as much as you do. There are certain people that don't like me, but sorry, y'all. That wasn't meant to be rude. Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm terrible. I'm not even wrapping most of my gifts. I've tried. I'm terrible at it. Are you good at wrapping gifts?
Mhm.
You can't keep a secret from Maddie, though. She technically knows what I'm getting her for, like, to in front of her family, but I still need to wrap those.
I'm still offended that you said I can't keep a secret from Maddie. I don't care that it's true. It's offensive.
It's true.
It's offensive.
My hat keeps trying to fall. Oh, I'm cutting my hair. Not me personally, but
Oh, sure.
This on like both sides, I think, and then like down here for this. The CEO present wrapping. That is a goal. I could reach it. I will never reach it, but I could try. But I won't.
See, when I hear that you're the CEO of present wrapping, I feel like you're in league with the big man. Mm-hmm. So when we did Polar, we weren't allowed to call Santa Santa. We had to refer to him as the big man.
Oh, to not let the people know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My hair is being. I am Eminem.
I'm not afraid.
Maddie had that stuck in her hair. In her head earlier.
Come take man.
Oh,
we'll walk this world together through the storm. Sorry. I
can't change my name. I'm too attached to my current handles, but I would make that my name. It's this way, right? Like, yeah, okay.
No, it's
The
like
makeup.
this.
I hate that got me. I hate that got me. Right? I got to see the Polar once. I remember why I didn't look at my phone. There's an ad for a Reddit subject topic post, and the sentence is weird. It's a today I fucked up one, and I'm like, yeah, you did. But I don't remember what I was saying. But I was making this hand motion, so wax on.
You good?
No. Oh, we did Polar one time, and because Maddie, etc. Because Sync, but because Sync worked there, I was able to get like a behind the scenes tour of like what all of the cars looked like before people were on them, and they're so pretty. They're ridiculously nice, which was cool. And then we got to sit in the little seats and have the whole experience, except like we sat on the cart. Is it called a cart? On the car,
Yeah,
the
very far.
section that Maddie worked in. So her coworkers saw us. Oh my god, no. No.
Hmm?
Minion memes.
I actually haven't seen very many Minion memes.
I haven't seen many Yes, I have. Oh no. Oh, I just remembered one. Okay, it's cursed. It is absolutely cursed. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Gru offering flowers to a being with the face of a minion and the like stereotypical like hot girl body. Like I was like, erase from my brain.
So I only know the one of the 4 frames where Gru is like, oh, that's such a good example.
Minion, from what I've noticed,
Sorry.
minions are like super in with like, are they boomers? I don't know.
I don't know.
But I have someone who you would not expect to be into like those movies at all. Just they're like very stoic, I guess. And they have a Minion Christmas blow up decoration, a Minion lunchbox, a Minion lanyard, Minion stuffed animals. Like so much.
But yeah, I think the only despicable meme I've seen is the one where Gru has like, yes, where it's like, I watched lots of videos about trans people. I realize that I am trans. I come out to everyone. I come out to everyone.
Okay. What do you want for dinner? Because I brought up pizza and Maddie laughed at me.
Shouldn't we save money?
She knew you'd say that. She literally said.
Let's check and see what we have, and then we can make a decision.
Okay. We do have like easy baked tilapia.
Mm.
Yeah.
Can you have that?
I don't know. I can have their salmon, but I don't know if they use the same seasonings. I'm like mildly. I'm allergic.
Mildly?
Yeah, I'm allergic to some seasoning they put on fish. So I typically can't have it. Like I've been pretty lucky with sushi because they don't use whatever seasoning it is, but I can't do restaurants. And like I can't usually like unless someone it just like uses the basic salt, pepper, butter combination and lemon. I can't eat fish and it sucks. I'm so mad. And I straight up I can't have like crab, lobster, shellfish. Hate it.
Yeah, let's not go down that road for my birthday.
Yeah, that's fair. Pasta? We should probably have this conversation like not on the live.
Probably.
You guys can have an insight into our diet. Being like general food consumption.
Oh, nice.
I wish that were me. I like my allergy is I don't know if it's all of your phobia, but it's at least Maddie's phobia. It's everyone's phobia. Okay. Yeah. It triggers their phobia. So it's also not worth it. Like I thought it would be worth it once, and no, it was not.
Okay, are we talking like smoke your vegetables or like wood smoke?
Yes. Ooh,
I think they might be low-key allergic to Paris.
I believe that. I don't like pears. They're disgusting.
But pear juices and everything.
Ugh. Yeah, I know a lot of like mixed juices.
Mm.
Have y'all ever tried cookie butter?
It's so good.
It is very good. We found it. We went to Trader Joe's, and we were like, we should try this because we'd never seen it anywhere else. And we were like, dang.
We are highly sensitive to smoke.
Yeah. Their lungs are not the best. That does not mean we can not have vegetables in gummy form.
Cookie butter is actually nothing like raw cookie dough. It's literally like peanut butter, but cookies.
Yeah. It's like the one we got at Trader Joe actually had like bits of cookie in them. It was amazing. We got some from Walmart or Target, or not Target, Food Lion or something, and it's just smooth, but it's still delicious.
Oh, we missed 44444.
Oh, you're right. We did. I don't like them. I agree that the texture is gross.
Aren't they like pithy?
What does that mean?
Like powdery?
I have no idea. It's been a very long time since I've had a pear.
I've never had a straight pear.
It's like what gets me, it doesn't feel powdery. It's like, yeah. It doesn't feel powdery, but it's just bad. It's bad. I refuse to eat them because they're disgusting. No offense to people who like pears, but they are not my thing.
So the fascinating thing about our family allergy to pears is that apparently most people who are allergic to pears are also allergic to apples, but we aren't. Because they're like in the same family.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, gritty is a good, yeah. The word that was coming into my head was like bumpy, and I was like, that's not the word. So, yeah.
Okay, official question.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the 5-hour mark and then call it a day?
I mean, it's your birthday.
I can't get over the shape of a pear. They're weird to me.
Yeah. Like, they go against the grain. So we don't want to be circular. We're going to be a wavy circle. Yeah, see? Brittany has the idea.
I don't know what I want to talk about. I feel like you've already exhausted all of the conversation.
Oh, no. Okay, what... How did you choose your birthday? Like, the date?
I knew... Like, I just had a gut feeling that my birthday was in December.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a gut feeling that it was in the teens. From there, I determined that it was somewhere in the upper teens. But Elizabeth's birthday is on the 16th. And we have a friend whose birthday is on the 18th.
That's fair.
Also, originally, our upload days were Sundays, and we thought it would be cool for me to do my altar introduction video on my birthday. And so the 19th kind of worked. See, I don't like avocados.
I used to not like avocados. I almost said avocados. But
Shavakadu.
I think avocados are more like this, and pears are more like that. If that makes sense.
So it depends. Every
like
altar has their own story of how they got their name. Like Maddie chose hers from a video game. I was basically torn between the names Luna and the name Sky, and I eventually decided on Luna. But like we have one altar who I'm pretty sure his name is Max. But in reality, his name is Chicky Chicky Nug Nug, and that name was given by Emily.
Okay, technically yes. Okay, so the first time he ever fronted, we were in Walmart, and he fronted because he got very, very, very excited over vegan chicken nuggets.
In the shape of Mickey Mouse.
In the shape of Mickey Mouse. And it was just adorable. And I just kind of... I called him Chicky Chicky Nug Nug. And it just kind of stuck. So I apologize. But also, he's so cute.
Literal human sunshine.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like... I haven't seen him in so long, but he was adorable. He before he switched, Maddie was pushing the cart, and we were just like trying to find like some food for regular eating. And the next thing I know, Maddie is like tiptoeing and like and staring at the chicken nuggets. We're like, "You okay?" And so, yeah. And then we found out they switched. And was like, "Okay, do you have a name?" They're like, "No." So we eventually just, called him Chicky Chicky Nug Nug for the time being, and it just kind of stayed.
Yep, ultra-wide. I mean, system-wide.
Mm-hmm. Does he age? Will he hate me in like 10 years when he's a teenager or however old?
I don't know.
Fascinating. Like, I apologize to myself. To you?
No, the real question is, how old am I?
Alright. I have an idea, but I'm not going to say anything.
I'm 22.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's official.
It was adorable. How did we first meet? Right? Was it the time that we ended up... You ended up dancing?
Did we meet?
I don't think that was the first time.
I don't think so.
How did we meet?
What's not a phase?
I have no idea. Honestly, my memory is like... I don't know how sensitive YouTube is to like cussing, but my memory is shit.
So, as a general rule, if we swear too much, we can't monetize the video. But I turned off the monetization anyway to give us more free reign.
Perfect. I think that's in relation to Chicky Chicky Nug Nug potentially growing up and hating the name.
So literally any alter can age up or age down. But
yeah.
It
took a minute, but I got it. I looped back.
So Maddie and I might have a fight.
Oh, why?
Because I low-key want to steal her video idea.
Which one?
So
there are several.
Maddie came up with the idea, inspired by another video, to describe every alter in the system in 3 words or less.
To be fair, I brought up to her like it would be interesting to have other alters do the same thing. So I am in support of this. Just because everyone has different relationships, within the system.
How would you describe me in 3 words?
Maddie asked me the same thing, and I was like, well, you see. Oh, the emo face. Okay, you. 3 words. Before I say this, what exactly is your fashion style?
Ooh, good question. Good.
You know, I walked into that. So the first thing that came to my head is interesting.
Huh.
See,
I am
mine
not
was
relaxed.
completely
Or
opposite.
quiet.
No. Mine was scene party girl.
You know, I'd take that. I'd take that.
To be fair, she is also being a lot more quiet than she usually is. And I think that just might be because camera. Or
No,
just
a lot
dissociation.
of it's because my role as protector kicked into full gear after the hospital.
You're right. Have I not seen you since the hospital?
Oh, you've seen me since the hospital. I was in the hospital with you during your EEG.
Oh, I forgot that I was even in the hospital. I am so bad with the memory. Y'all don't ask me to remember stuff.
Benevolent dictator. Okay, here's a loaded question
Yeah.
to end for the last 5 minutes. Do you think a benevolent dictatorship would work?
Do you?
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know. Because
Yeah.
historically speaking, we've only ever had really shitty dictators. But, like, what would happen if a country had a dictator that genuinely had the best interests of all its people at heart?
I think the problem there would be that it's. I'm not sure. Again, I'm like really bad with politics, but I think the likelihood for corruption and like bribery and all that would eventually get in the way. Like I think there would
But
very
it does
much.
that in every government.
You are correct, but I feel like okay, so the dictatorship could very well start off good, and that would be completely different than like what we have now, because everything is corrupt. So everything is like in the way. So even if you have like the president, top person trying to do like as much good as possible, if the other two sections are corrupt, it's not going to happen. If you have a dictatorship and they have good, not vibes, good
vibes.
they have good vibes and they put them into action, then like stuff will get done theoretically. But then corruption comes in, bribery comes in, and they crumble.
Okay, but like hypothetically, that's just how we roll.
You know, it's already been a minute. Technically 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. But like, so I think one of the things that gets me about democracy is that don't get me wrong, I am not anti-democracy. I think democracy is great, except for the fact that people is dumb. People do not vote in their best interests. People people and also people are like misinformed. Like something like universal health care would benefit to nearly everyone. But people will literally vote against universal health care because they're afraid of socialism. And it's like, well, when you have an entire generation that grew up during the Cold War.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like, a dictatorship does not have to like dictate every aspect of a person's life. Like, I say this because technically speaking, our system is benevolent dictatorship. Alyssa doesn't like crack the whip.
But she does. She is the gatekeeper.
If we go against Alyssa, it's not in our best interest.
Yeah.
It's not in our best interest to go against her because she is a benevolent dictator.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so are gatekeepers like the ultimate protector?
Not necessarily. It depends on the role. But in Alyssa's case, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
But technically, I don't I'm not sure. But like gatekeepers control different aspects. They can control like who is they can control who is fronting occasionally. They can control like who has access to what memories and all that. Wouldn't that technically like that's all in relation to protecting the body and protecting the people in that body?
So here's the thing. There's nothing to
Doesn't
say
always
that a
happen.
gatekeeper can't go rogue.
Has that ever happened?
Mm.
Well, I need examples. Yeah, they have very snappy knees.
Yeah.
And toes and ankles. Ugh.
All right. We are coming up on time. Thank you for indulging me. Yeah. Guilty as charged.
Oh. I didn't know. I'm sorry, guys. I told you I had a crap memory.
Sometimes we have these moments. Well, Matt, we have these moments where it's just like, and then one of those things.
It turned into a staring contest. It was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Oh.
I won. I did that twice in this stream,
Rude.
and I won both.
Did you see that? It went back a second. Huh. Thank you.
I don't know why I said thanks. It's not my birthday. Thank you for wishing Luna a happy birthday.
All right, we're going to go ahead and end it here. It has been 5 hours, our longest live stream by far. Thank you. And I'm happy I got to be a part of it.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
We were hoping you would show yourself. Okay, bye, guys.
Bye.
That was very Maddie-like.
Don't leave me alone.
Bye.